Alright. Hello everyone. Let's do all the usual stream starting goodness. Also open up all the crap here. Come on. Ugh, really, Kick? You're gonna make me log in again? Second. Every time. It just logs me out and it's like, but why? Sometimes midstream. I don't understand it. It's just such a dumb thing. Alright, now I can go back to using the camera here. I know how to reboot the browser on the phone for that, because otherwise it'll go into sleep mode and I'll just keep dealing with that the whole stream, so. You just get used to the little problems. That's okay. Yeah. Switch up these things here. Tell the Discord that I get to, well, that I am streaming. Stream has begun. Yep. So enable Social Stream Ninja. I should try to get more creative with my names for these streams and never change it. Just don't even care. I'm like, whatever. It really is just the more I have to do to before I start streaming or whatever, the more it just makes me stream less. Like, I just want to work on my game. Hey JG. There you go. Yeah. I was really late today to start streaming. I admit it. I don't know, sometimes I'm just slow to get going. It's really that simple. It's like I could, but hear me out, I just, yeah. Kind of derping along. Struggle is real. Haha! That's what I like to hear. Oh. Nice having you, you know, hanging out and tinkering away. Helps make my morning much better. Mornings are hard. I think I got a bit of sleep this time though, so I'm slowly adjusting my schedule. Mornings are just such a rough thing. A morning person I am not. But it just doesn't work to be up all night. I'm sick for almost 2 weeks, even better. Jeez, that's no good. Hopefully it's, you know, just a temporary thing. Nothing like, you know, nothing like long term. Sorry to hear that. How can I get all children? That's weird. Where am I to-do list here? Handy dandy to-do list. I don't know where I'm gonna put half this crap, to be honest. This wall really does screw at this level. Yeah. Yeah. Also, these 3 doors are apparently all underneath the midnight hallway thingy, which is an ancient room that's not actually in here anymore. Unclicky. Unclicky. Unclicky? There we go. This mouse is garbage. And the spiderweb thingy. So where am I gonna put this crap? I guess to be fair, though, it wasn't very interesting in the lower portion. It was cool for what it was above. Like the whole system I had for traveling between all those was pretty cool, but it just doesn't seem like it was that great otherwise. I guess I can just merge it right into this, just flip it backwards and just run with it. In the absence of a better idea. Never throw away work you can recycle into something better, you know? I am really tempted to move some windows around though, but unfortunately it has to be one of these windows that I move if I do it. This would be a perfect location for another window if I could do it. It would fit. I wouldn't have to change hardly anything about how this was set up. Well, I kinda wouldn't have to change it. Okay, I probably would have to change some things, but ugh. No, I left more treasure over here. Sadly, it's digital treasure, and not like, you know, real life treasure, which would make me a lot happier. The big problem is this payoff here is no longer there. I mean, I guess I could pay it off by simply putting a hole in the wall and the other thing there and have a way to go between the chapters in a vent. I don't really like that idea. Without a door system to keep the portals locked away, that might cause me problems in the future. Also, I have to pay off this pipe here at some point as well. Well, this was originally called the gangway, so it's going to be recalled the gangway. No, it wasn't called the gangway. Oh, what was it called? Something else. I looked up ship names because I couldn't think of anything to call these things, so I started parts of a ship or what I was doing. No, it is called the gangway. Huh. I forgot what a gangway is, but hear me out. It's the gangway. That's when you know I was running out of room ideas, when I'm sitting there looking at every part of a ship. Like, what's a bilge? Holy crap. To be fair, I actually had a good idea for the bilge, because it was going to be the freezer. Because it's supposed to be like the deepest, darkest, dankest part of the ship where they often would store food, because it was really cold. So I was like, the bilge, perfect! But unfortunately, well, the bilge was out here. And this was part of a storage room. And the storage room had no purpose. The bilge didn't have a purpose either, but had a good concept, at least for what it was supposed to be. And then there's the rest of this crap. What's this? Oh, this is that bottom floor. Hmm. Well, I guess I'll have to, well, actually, I had to move the entire way down to the 4th floor. Third floor. The whole concept of the 3rd floor was... I mean, to be fair, the 3rd floor was in pure concept phase, so it just had no cohesion at all. I guess it had a pathway. But not a logical game pathway, just a concept pathway, which was not particularly useful for anything. Meanwhile, the 4th chapter at least has kind of a game path concept, kinda. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think I'm getting rid of all this crappy rocks. I actually had a pretty good idea to set up for the fourth chapter. It'll all become very clear when I get there. Well, I mean, I would hope so. It is the last chapter. If things don't become clear in the last chapter, what am I, like a Netflix series or something? Yeah, I don't think I want the rocks here. Like, I'll keep the rocks up front, but I think these back rocks should be not here. I'm probably just going to put boards going all the way down and have the treasure amongst it. All these crazy looking things that are just so excited. It's a lot like they were having this great moment. Maybe they're like an Oompa Loompa or something. And then like the volcano erupted and they got covered in ash. It's literally what it looks like. They're all like super excited. Their volcano god's about to bless them and then they just died. Stuck forever in this joyous pose. It's adorable in a disturbing kind of way, I guess. I have to fix a problem that Sally has here. This whole layout of this room is not acceptable for how it is. Also, maybe I just get rid of this crap wall. I'll probably make new crap walls, but simple reality is this doesn't fit. I'll keep the pirate graveyard door. Otherwise, well, I mean, I might as well. Otherwise, I gotta make it again, so. Along with the wall that has to be made here. I need to come up with a concept for the whole layout of this area as for like where you're gonna go. This whole area is foobarred at the moment, and the whole setup is just wrong. Also a phone booth, which I was working on. I'm very excited about. Well, I'll burn one bridge at a time. I'll get here eventually. Else has to go in the gangway. We'll make the payoff good. I don't really like these lanterns very much. They do have a little steampunk bulb in them, but beyond that, they're kind of lacking, if you will. I'm gonna move this with just in case I decide to keep it somehow, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. It doesn't serve a function. Damn. It's okay, I can restructure it. I'll make it work. Yeah, let's slow this down a bit. Slow my roll so I can deal with the fact that this stuff is along the ceiling and hard to click on if I keep moving above the ceiling. I was gonna have an extra boss up in here in the ducts and everything like that, but now I'm kind of cutting all that out. To be fair, the boss had no concept even designed for it, so it's not like I was really cutting anything of value. What are those? I don't know what that was for. Huh. Fair enough. I wonder why they chose 1, 3, and 8 as the default camera speeds. Can you just change it via mouse there? 1, 3, 8, 16. Like if you did like 1, 4, 8, 16, that makes sense. And then 32 is like the next one. So why 3? Morning me has so many more questions than evening me. Evening me is like, whatever. Evening me was often intoxicated too. Morning me is not intoxicated. Morning me is hyped up on caffeine. Otherwise, morning me would be sleeping me. Yes. I know how I work. Did I forget something? No, it's right there. Okay. This confined space is so hard to move this stuff in a meaningful way. You gotta pull on these because you can't do the others because they have different numbers. Actually, wait, I can align these. That'll help a lot. And here I just made fun of these lights. No, I'm not made fun of them, but I didn't like them. But here we are. They're proving very, very useful. It's a bit off where it's supposed to be. True. Or the others were a bit off. I don't have a moon door for the grates. Should probably make one. It feels like these are slightly off by a tiny fraction too. Maybe they were. No, it seems like the whole thing is just a little bit farther than it needs to go over a little bit more. You know? I like the little grate sticking out just a bit like that, I believe. Then this one ends up in the wall, which can't possibly be right. It's already against the wall as hard as it can be. Obviously I need to put holes in this thing to get through there. Oh. This actually feels like it's a bit off anyway. Like it should be pushed farther back. I have questions. I'd rather they align with this wall though. Technically this doesn't make any sense either. That's okay, they won't notice. Probably. Been pretty hard to notice. There's not really any way to tell. Are you just at a weird angle? Like, that doesn't seem like it connects the way it's supposed to. I would prefer these connect. A lot of points for them not to connect at, that's for certain. Well, I can restructure a bit, I don't care that much. But I would prefer these connect. They're probably the most important. No, these aren't going to move because they're not part of that. I think there's actually some design decisions that are come out of this that are going to be better for me in the long run by a lot. That makes no difference there. Certain things are just certain rooms are getting combined that they just combine much better than they were by themselves. They weren't very good by themselves. So. If I just put the blockade this off, this becomes not a problem anymore. Whatever. Well, move it to somewhere else then. Move it to the city and then move it to the gangway. Hey Cody H. Got ray tracing diamond reflections on 144, so texture runs 144 now. Fisher textures having slow speed loading. Okay. What is this 144? Is this like your frame rate or something? And makes my texture with loading speeds? I mean, I don't know, I'm building the game right now. I have been changing the display size of many of the textures though. That's one of the optimizations I did a while ago. But I keep adding new textures, so, you know. They haven't been, Oh. Quality on YouTube? Is my quality bad on YouTube? Should be running at 1080. It's like very advanced reflective quality methods will now render the same on 8-bit or running 144 resolution or quality. I think I've really missed the boat on what you're talking about. Oh, thanks, DX Watch It. I'm slowly rebuilding this place and reassembling things so that they, I broke it apart into... Well, basically, I'm removing a giant section of this building, so I have to take all this crap that was here and restructure it inside the rest of this building. With the reflections in my game, well, won't load if I drop to 144. What, the quality of the... On YouTube? Like, if someone's dropping my quality video to 144, I don't really think they care how it looks. They're basically saying they don't care by making it 144. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be nighttime. But it's terrible to design at night. But to be fair, the game is largely played inside the building. You'll see why. Everything is much bigger than you think it is. I'll load the map that you can actually play on. Takes a second to load through the map. Oh. Thanks for follow, TX. Watch out. Oh wow, thanks for the prime. Damn. Thank you, thank you. I think the ad break had something to do with it, right? It happened just as you did that. Just like, I was about to say thanks and, you know, for the follow, and then it's like, by the way, ad, and I was like, really, Twitch? Really? That's how it be? Oh. Yeah, let me give you a bit of a tour, if you will. Pause this here. Pause the music. Alright. Yeah, the ads, like, I swear Twitch just plans them, and just the worst time to talk is it was like, boom, ad, and I'm like, I'll raid people, and then it's just right there. It's just the most obnoxious thing. I was like, alright. Whoa. That was weird. I have so many questions of what happened there. Better load all the textures. Oh, I know what the problem is. It's because I, it's weird. I was testing a new thing and I turned it on and... Wait, what's happening? I did a texture... Now, experimenting with changing these textures over here. To use, that, like, show some depth to them, and it didn't work out very well, by the way. And, yeah. Maybe something else got messed up. It's weird. Yeah, the Twitch ads are... I can't even... just can't even watch Twitch without, like, Twitch Turbo or a sub or something. It's just... it's too many. Alright. Are we good now? What in the world is happening? Okay, I need to disable that, like, beta textures thing, because it's screwing things up. I shouldn't be in that bedroom. I was going to show some things off. Okay, well, there's weird things happening. I'll have to figure those out. That's why game development's so much fun. We'll go over... just the music is wrong. And the enemies don't spawn because it counts me as Charlotte's bedroom. But if I'll go to a different room and I'll play off that instead. Sit in the toy maze. We'll just skip that room. I don't know what's wrong with it, but... okay. So anyway, the game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as one who was killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll, and I don't know why that light is doing that. My fault for enabling a beta thing. Main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is like our MP. And this is the insanity effect if your sanity ever goes low. If your sanity hits 0, you lose, the curse takes you over, but if you go back to the light, your sanity comes back. You don't gain any curse power, however, you won't die. I only stopped in Prime sub. Oh, thanks, Commodore Waddles. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the sub. Didn't say you did, but which is weird. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. Saying hi and supporting the stream. Best game development I've seen so far? It's literally got a bunch of broken things. This is the best. I don't know if that says good or bad things about the game development on Twitch. So, anyway, yeah. She uses tarot cards for abilities. Loading textures when I enable that thing, it has to recompile every texture, so I'm gonna have a bunch of weird graphical glitches while it does that. Anyway, this is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy, and apparently it needs to load all my explosives and things, so give it a second while it does all that. There we go. Graphics design aspect very nice. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, it's I think I just need to disable that plugin and tell it to yeah. I should just accept that some things shouldn't be like that. What it's supposed to is supposed to make it so that these like bricks and things stand out, which I didn't do with that material yet, but I was testing it out and experimenting. It's called like a parallax occlusion or something, but it requires a beta plugin that no one told me until after I made the thing. I was like, oh, just enabled it. It didn't work out so hot. Yeah. So anyway, sadly I can't show off the magician, which is a fan favorite because that room's broken. But show off some of the other ones here. Like, I can sort it off. Camera, camera, camera. What is your problem? Whoa, 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 whoa. Phone cameras. Technical difficulties. So this is basically Bomberman. You plant mushrooms. This is the Empress. The blue mushrooms heal anyone nearby. Supposedly. There we go. The red mushrooms blow things up. Yeah. But my game's already pretty stylized anyway, so realism usually doesn't have much place. I mean, look at what I'm fighting. Does realism look like it has a place here? I mean, like, really? Does it? Like, things are appearing out of nowhere. These are toys fighting each other. Apparently she's now like some sort of a crazy god or something because, you know, her eyes light up. She's like, I am the chosen one. You're like, you're supposed to be a doll. What happened? It's like, I have seen things. You're like, okay. If you've ever seen Big Trouble in Little China, it's like the Thunder guy. Or Raiden. There you go. Raiden from Mortal Kombat. There we go. He's like, I am Raiden now. You're like, we are all Raiden. You're like, so you're supposed to be a doll. Nope, we're all Raiden now. Gosh, that occlusion thingy makes all these particles look so bad. This is a Wheel of Fortune. It rolls dice. Black dice deal damage to things based on what they roll. And the white dice heal. Swap out my weapons here. Need the magician to turn on lights. The magician's basically telekinesis. It flips on lights, opens doors, manipulates drawers, cupboards, things like that. Ooh. I should make it where I can pick up the ball. Wait, I can. I already did that. Yay me. They're kind of caught on things. These are balls you can pick up and throw them around. They don't pick up very well though. There we go. It's getting caught on these balloons. Whatever. They're just for funsies anyway. I guess I can complete objectives. You're blocking my path. Yes, this is just a pistol. It has a fun hat though. I haven't put in all the tarot abilities yet. There's supposed to be like 3 for each one. You can see on the tarot menu here, there's a purple orb for every single ability you're supposed to have. And all the purple orbs represent the ones I've already made. So, and the World Tarot is not even showing. I've turned it off intentionally because it's overpowered. And kind of breaks the game. It's supposed to, but for testing purposes, it's not very good to have on. This is Ducky Land. I started adding in all these new things there that they don't do anything. They're just fun to hit. They just squeak. Block things. No other reason. I need to make them float in the water too. Just... I realize it's supposed to be like, you know, a cursed toy store with all these, you know, toys that come to life from fighting at night, you know, just... And I didn't have a lot of toys. That's the ones you were fighting. Pew, pew, pew. Ah. I'm not talking to me. Need to find a place where I can find a dev so I pick the brain. I mean, you can always chat with me in my Discord. Whenever I'm not streaming, I'm usually there. I'm always happy to, or just show up in the streams and chat with me. I mean, you know, I'm always happy to chat about things. I love game dev. Crazy amount of content here? Oh yeah, like I have like 2.5 hours of content for the first chapter, like an hour and a half in the second chapter. It's not, these aren't even finished yet. Normally it doesn't take this long, but since it has to prepare every shader because I enabled that plugin, it takes a moment. This is the moon. It makes clones of Poppet here, the main character. And you can detonate the clones to deal damage things, and apparently, are you gonna compile that for me? This plugin is awful. Holy crap. Like, it breaks so many things. Why? Why is this a plugin you have, Epic? Why? There's so many questions. Actually, they're all mostly, why did they make this plugin that breaks everything? I guess it's not really so many at all. Whee! Yeah, that's supposed to leave, you know, blood all over the ground, but it's not. Man, the lights are horrible in this. Why? Alright, well, I'll be disabling that plugin soon enough. Yeah. Well, it makes these explosions and this, like, because it makes little mini versions of Poppet. They don't have the lights on her. This is Poppet, main character. And you can detonate them. And it's supposed to leave blood and gut, well, just blood everywhere. But for some reason, because of that plugin, it lights the ground up, which is, might turn into some new ability later, lighting the ground up. For some reason I don't understand, but you know, I like to take weird glitches and turn them into something. I'm also keeping a pet ducky. My ducky. My ducky. Since I have the key, I can open the door now. I have to let it be let go before I can grab it again. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's how Epic do. They're just like, here, you know, hear me out on this one. I'm just gonna give you this new feature, but it breaks everything else. It's like a Faustian bargain or something like that. You're like, I don't want this. And they're like, you want it. I'm like, no, no, I don't. And they're like, you want it. I'm just focused on this one. Alright, it takes forever to make one game. I don't think I need to hate myself by making additional ones beyond that. One at a time is good for me. I forgot this cube is stuck in the wall. Need to fix that. Oh, wait. I forgot this. I forgot I changed how this worked. Is there even still a key up here for that? I was restructuring this whole area. Normally you would go this way, but I guess we'll find out. I don't remember. Yeah, the game is supposed to be, what, 4 chapters, and it'll probably be about 20 hours long is the rough guess. I don't know, I mean, someone else playing the game will take much longer to do this stuff because they don't know where to go. So that'll probably dictate a lot as well. Also, these got put back in location. Interesting. It takes about 2.5 hours to get everything in the first chapter if you know where everything is. So I imagine if you don't know, this is a while. I see some artists, not devs, who work on multiple things at once just in case they get brain. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the devs, especially on Twitch, will take breaks all the time on things. But the problem, the reason why I don't is I love doing game dev. This is my hobby. This is what I do for fun. I started out as an RPG Maker dev. And I did the only logical thing you would ever do. You go from RPG Maker to Unreal Engine, right? It's just, that's just logical progression. Don't worry about it. So, I did. Like, this is so much better and easier to use. Why the hell was I using this crap? And that's what happened. There's my origin story. Sure, we're gonna think just keep some friends. Yeah. Well, the thing is, every time I show up, my game is so much farther along. Like all these other people often will. I'm just gonna double jump and cheat here. They just spend forever on these little things. They have this. They're hung up on having all unique stuff, and their game never gets anywhere. It's like, okay. But games take a long time, even if you spend all your time working on them. You sure you want to take all these breaks? Like, and meanwhile, my game just gets farther and farther along. Every time I show up, it's like, this is so much cooler because, well, I spent all this time working on it. But I also have a, you know, a very obsessive personality when it comes to this kind of thing. Like, I mean, if I find something I love doing, I do it to exclusion. It's just something I just love doing. Whereas other people, you know, they're maybe... it's a good and bad quality. On the one hand, it lets me do things that are really impressive because I will do things to exclusion. Unfortunately, it means I can become easily antisocial because I won't talk to people as much because I'll spend my time only doing this. I won't go out and do other stuff like hang out with people. I don't do that very often. That's a problem. You know, it might not be healthy to sit in front of a computer all the time. I mean, there's just... it has its downsides for certain, you know? Yeah, that's just it. Like, say, that's the thing about obsession. It's like, well, you gotta be balanced, but... it wouldn't be obsession if I was balanced, you see? That's the problem. So... oh, yeah. I changed this whole room around. You're actually supposed to enter from a different location entirely and then go into this room. But I left the keys there because I was afraid the place would be unbeatable for just showing off to people. This ability is not even game ready, but this is the hangman, and what it does is it fires a rope that like basically hangs Poppet from her neck because it's the hangman, you know. Obviously the physics for it are terrible, but someone had a frog game, I raided them or something like that, and they were able to grab things with their tongue, and I was like, okay, well, I need this. But I'm like, okay, how does this fit with the tarot? This lowers the water in the other room. Can't see it from your barrel, can you? This is a new puzzle area I was working on. Where you lower the water by hitting those buttons, and then you can jump down into here. I need to work on it today and make it work better. Water's lethal to Poppet, because she's a sack doll and basically just soaks up water. Yeah. Exactly. Like, that's... I mean... he had a good idea. He was just using it the wrong way, that's all. He just didn't think that hanging dolls from their necks was the correct call. He was mistaken. Oh, you can also go outside. It's just that you can't leave the building. There's a curse that's on exactly the building. So if you leave the building, you'll die because you'll fall lifeless. We're gonna fight with this window here? Why can't this window open all the way? It's interesting. You should open all the way. I just remade the building because I had to remove a big section. There's nothing out here currently, if memory serves. Yeah, you can look at the thing there, see all the stuff moving around. Honestly, with the game, is it unload depending on its distance? There's 3 different H loads going on. One for the city, which is obviously significantly farther. I've done so much to optimize the city. One for the building, because I don't like doors vanishing or the walls vanishing. And then the closest one is everything else. And this will make it so that I don't have to... Like this one here, like... You can see the walls and everything are set way far apart, but many of the other things are set a little bit closer, though I have them set pretty far apart even then. I don't want them to suddenly vanish. So... I've been playing with it. This is not the most optimized the game can be because, well, I'm currently running in Unreal Engine and I'm also streaming, so my computer is something of a potato. It can only handle so much. I get like 50 to 70 FPS when the game is packaged and I'm not running it in Unreal Engine. But this is not a package test, this is just me running it in the engine, and I just added a bunch of stuff that's not optimized. I did optimize some stuff yesterday, but I have like 89 spline meshes that need to be optimized and on this particular map. And yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, she saves by jumping into toy boxes. And I have all the menus and everything too. Now saving and loading, all that works. Options all here. There's an error I need to fix. Always errors. Collectibles menu works, though I haven't edited information in for the collectibles, but it shows the ones you've gotten anyway. So there's that. I didn't pick up any of the other items. The map here currently just shows which squares you've been to, and then various things. I haven't even put pictures in for everything yet, so as you can see, I'm work in progress. Shows every single floor. I might get rid of the question marks and replace them with black again. You know, total map percentage and everything. The room you're currently in. Yeah, definitely dev. I didn't think about all the different backgrounds. You know, be surprised, like, people, they just make these simple, like, prototype things or whatever, and then they assume that there's nothing else. There's so many little extra things. The polish phase of the game is like 70% of it. It's crazy. All I have is an idea. Definitely buy this game. Looks very interesting. Oh. Thank you, thank you. I'm definitely working on it. I think the game is closer to maybe 40% done. Though that new plugin makes it feel like it was like 35% done. Like that plugin seems like it knocked 5% off. Just saying. Oh, I was supposed to get a key out of this room. I forgot about that. I changed the whole layout of my game and I haven't actually played through it once since I changed the layout. Oh, I changed the layout of these rooms up here. Because I basically knocked out 25% of the building when I realized I wasn't using it. And now I have to remember where things are. I'm cheating and double jumping here. Huh. Oh, that's up there. I have questions. Oh, game dev bugs, aren't you fun? Yeah, it's normally less buggy than this. It's audio logs here. They don't do anything yet. The crystal balls do, but there's not one here. So I wrote it as super important log too. That was my test name for it. Turns out it really wasn't super important. I was more of a Call of Duty type gamer. I have been gravitating towards indie games. Now this is an indie, but it looks very fun to play because there's so many different things here. What are you talking about, Sissy? I'm an indie. I'm a solo dev. This is one guy working on this. How is this not indie? What? I mean, I appreciate that, you know. Yeah, it's, you know, like big AAA companies, they make those huge games and they have like hundreds of people and millions of dollars. And indies are, you know, usually at most a handful of people, and their budget ranges from the, you know, maybe we got like some amount, maybe $100,000, maybe more likely they have hopes, dreams, and a 12-pack because that's about all they can afford. Like, you know, yeah, indie just stands for independent. That's all it is, really. You know, you're just literally just, you know, you're basically just tiny. You're not, you're not anything big. Oh, the Empress can grow and shrink plants. Hopefully I don't run out of sanity doing this. Okay, I'm in the light. The indicator up in the corner tells me if we're in the light or not. Oh, yeah. No. It's all about the number of people working on it and everything like that. The reason why there's an indie style is that indie devs can't really afford a lot. They can't, you know, like, they have to make concessions. So often they favor gameplay over many of the things you would see in AAA games, a lot of the fluff. Like, AAA games are known for huge amounts of cutscenes. Indie games don't usually have cutscenes, or they have very few, and the reasoning for it's very simple. They take an incredible amount of time, and indies don't have the dev power to do it. Like, there's only so much time, and if you're like, you know, 1 to like maybe 3 people or whatever, I mean, you gotta pick and choose, right? So stuffing, you know, 20 hours of cutscenes like your Final Fantasy game into there is... it's obviously the first cut you make as an indie. But indies also don't have to worry about appealing to any kind of, like, stockholders or anything like that, so we can basically do whatever we want. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, if my game fails, there's not some big company writing on it, it's just me, right? So I can go, okay, well, this thing lets me hang my character. How many AAA companies do you think would have an ability where your character puts a noose around their neck and like launches themselves onto things? Like, there's no world they're gonna let this even be a thing. Whereas I can go, yeah, this is a thing. I saw some dude with a frog game do it, and they're just like, oh yeah, I guess so. I'm blowing myself up. No. I switched the buttons, so the button to grow things is that. But yeah, it's you get a lot of freedom, and that's why you get a lot of creativity in indie games, because they don't have to follow a norm, they don't have to appease anybody, they just get to do whatever they like. And that also leads to a lot of bad games too, because they don't have to follow any norms, and sometimes those norms are good ones. Yeah. That's kind of it. The indie games get to get away with, you know, things like that. And they also don't have to... Indies don't often pander to ideologies either, which is probably not a bad thing either. Some do, but there's, like I say, there's no stockholders that I have to worry about. I just get to do whatever I want, and what I want is a game that, you know, is the game I want to play. But I'm also very graphic centric because I'm an artist who became a programmer, so I'm just like, heck yeah. And Unreal Engine lets you get away with a lot of graphics you just couldn't do in other things. Also, you know, that's broken. I decided to point that out to you in case you thought I missed it. I just changed the texture. This was the texture I was experimenting with. As you can see, the experiment was bad. I mean, you can't really go wrong with Unity or Unreal. I'm still on the fence with Godot because of its inability to protect your game. And that concerns me a lot. That's why I stopped using RPG Maker and JavaScript, was because you can't protect your stuff. But I think that if you're doing 3D, you should use Unreal because it's just better for 3D. And if you're going to do like 2D or mobile, Unity is probably better. Because there's no such thing as 2D in Unreal. There's fake 2D. Because you're always in a 3D world, but you can make, you know, 2D sprites and do all of that, and you could run it on a plane and create like what's really known as 2.5D. If you ever played like Bloodstained Symphony of the Night, that's a 2.5D game, or well, I guess actually they're using models. So actually it's more like just a 2D game, thinking about it. 2.5D Octopath Travel, I guess, is 2.5D. Also, we gotta enlarge the pumpkin, it's important. Go. Yay! There's jumping puzzles too. There's puzzles everywhere, I'm just skipping them all, just running by. But the upside, or the reason why I recommend that people use like Unreal over a lot of these things is that Epic gives away a huge amount of free stuff. Like every single Every 2 weeks on Fab, they give out 3 more free asset packs. I'll bring it up here. It's loading real slow. I don't know why, but yeah, there's limited time free stuff. And as long as you add them to your account, you get them. And they're just twice a month. It's like 6, it's a total of 6 assets, right? Like that. So, you know, you're looking at 72 free asset packs every single year, which is, you know, pretty good, obviously. And then the other thing to note is you can, where's the free stuff here? Free, price range, free. You also have 2,100 free asset packs to play with. I don't know why my thing is loading slow. That they just give you. And there's no price to use Unreal Engine. Unless you make over $1 million in a year with it. And then they take 5% of anything over $1 million. So you get to keep the first $1 million. And as an indie dev, okay, it's just free. You're probably not making $1 million. So if you are, then you don't care about the 5% of anything over $1 million. And if you happen to release it on the Epic Marketplace, they knock it down to 1.5% of anything over the $1 million. So it's not even like... Plus, then you get the advantage of the Epic Mega Grant, which they give out people using Epic. So, you know, like, you know, anyone using the anyone using Unreal Engine gets, you know, potential at these grants, which are like $5,000 to like $150,000 towards your game. That's just not anything. Yeah, there's going to be people who do make it. Like, you know, they'll make $1 million, like Schedule 1 guy. But the thing is that guy is like the 1 in a million. Like it's more like maybe like 1 in like, you know, 10,000 kind of thing. Like it's probably more like 1 in like 50,000. Like there's so many people making games and most will never come close to making money or good money. But some percent will. And the $1 million people are obviously the 1% of game devs. Doesn't happen very often. Yeah. The Mega Grants were good. I was going to apply for it, but my game isn't quite ready for it. But they do it there's 2 points a year where you can apply for them. So I'm just going to apply for the next one, see if I can get like 50K out of them or something. And if I can, I'll get all kinds of extra things that'll make this way better. See if the old first boss still runs. Look at all the stuff that has to load. Actually, it loaded pretty quick. This is Patrick. He got named by Twitch chat. Can you guess why? He needs work. I have a bunch of abilities I'm not supposed to have for this fight. He's like the very first boss, so I should only have like little dopey abilities. I have a big hammer though. Oh, I have a dodge too. I haven't been using it. You can't block in this game, so dodges and jumping are basically your best strategies for getting away. I'm just running. Any stipulations on that? I'd say your game must be done. No. The stipulation is you have to convince them that you deserve it. That's your stipulation. They'll give grants for things that aren't even games too, but... Oh yeah. So that's my plan, to try to get that. So I mean, there's real advantages. There's probably some advantage to Unity, and in fairness to Unity, I don't know a lot about their entire ecosystem. Like I tested out Unity when they had a Lego demo. I was like, Legos, hell yeah. So I played with Legos in Unity, but I decided the engine was difficult to use and went back to RPG Maker. And then on a lark later on, it was just like, well, Unreal Engine's free for me to try, and everyone says it's all difficult and everything, and then the end result was so amazing so fast, I was like, I've been lied to. This is the easiest engine on the market. That's because blueprints are a thing, so I don't have to type out code. Let me tell you about... I don't want to type out code. Like, I know JavaScript. Well, I used to use it a lot more. I don't use it anymore, but... Once you know any kind of coding language, it's really easy to pick up another one. Like, because the coding logic doesn't change. Like, it doesn't matter which you use. Like, node-based coding is the same logic as, you know, typed out coding, so... It took no time to figure out that. It's just that, well, RPG Maker has this god-awful event system that's made from like the 90s and they've never improved it. And it shows. Blueprints is like the way better version of that. And I was like, wait, what? And you can just drag things in the world and they just work? So the engine was real good in my book. And at the $0 to do it, whereas RPG Maker would cost me money to even start. It costs like $50 or something to start. It's real dumb. Know about no base coding, game level, instruction world? No. Well, I mean, there's not really any difference. Like if you understand any form of coding, it's exactly the same. If you've already used no base coding, it's not like there's not really anything particularly complicated about doing it with a game versus something else. The other beautiful part is that Unreal Engine does so much stuff for you. Like I don't have, like when you first start Unreal Engine, your character can run around and jump. You don't have to do anything special. Like you can't. You just run around. You can just drop things in the world and the physics are already there. You don't have to do anything. If you want double jump, you like, change one number and your character can double jump. So it's like, they do a lot of work that I didn't have to do. Whereas I see a lot of the Unity people especially have to basically make it all from scratch. And that's so great if you want to do that, but I don't know why you want to reinvent the wheel, yeah? Like, and then the wheel they make might be, not necessarily round, but maybe a little square with some lumpy edges on it or something. You're like, but why? I'm gonna make him more aggressive. I nerfed him so he was less aggressive, and now he's... Maybe I just know how to fight him because I've fought him like 100 times. Still in the process of teaching myself game dev? Aren't we all? Aren't we all? Pretty nice, yeah. There's just so much just done. Like there's a fog volume. That fog is just the thing I just put in the world. They already made that for me. I didn't do anything. Oh, I don't have the toy maze key. Oh, fair enough. I guess all these doors got raised up because I changed the blueprint around. I gotta fix that. Yeah, give you an idea of what's going on here. Let me fix all these doors. Also, I'm gonna turn the fan on first. One sec. Supposed to get to like 99 degrees today or something, even though it's friggin' September. No further on this. After allowing me. Oh. The good news is you'd be surprised how little you have to do to get further along than a lot of the devs I see out there. Like I say, people really like to fixate on having all unique stuff is a real common one I hear. Where it's just like, that's great, but why? I mean, is that rock any different than another rock? Like, someone explained to me how it was really valuable that they made their own rocks because they were going to use them in all these games. It's like, when was the last time in a game you stopped and said, man, those are some fine looking rocks? You've never done this. Nobody ever does this. Nobody cares what the rocks look like. They're in the world, you accept it's a rock. Trees are often the same way. Like, is one set of trees really that much better than the other? You know how many free sets of trees I have? I have like 50 sets of trees to choose from. Yeah, it's a rock collecting game, but I mean, at that point you should make your stuff unique. Find what your game's focused on and make it unique. And that's the thing, is a lot of these people, they focus on unique everything. It's like, I made my own grass. And you're like, I've never in my life stopped to look at the grass in a game. It's there. I know it's there. I accept it's grass. And they're so proud about it. And it's like, meanwhile, I could just get a pack with some grass rocks and like that. It'll take like 5 seconds. Yeah, all the weeds here. And like, my stuff will look great and be done. Like, tell me, like, do these look bad to you? Because they were just from a pack. I didn't have to make these. Why would I make this crap? It's here. It's just there. Yeah, exactly. How much time, like, what you really see when you see this, and any artist will tell you this, is you just saw a bunch of flowers. Like, you saw some plants like that. You didn't see like a bunch of individual things. You just look at this in your mind and you see flowers. Okay. That's it. That's what you see. You see it as a clump. It's not really unique in people's minds. It was like the Bob Ross thing where they explained with the art style, where, you know, when he'd make a tree, it was him just dabbing a thing like on like edges like this, like that, and like a thing like for like, you know, a trunk in the center, and like, but your mind sees it all as one thing and not all these individual strokes, and that's essentially what you're seeing here. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, flowers, move on. So why would you invest all this time to make a bunch of dumb flowers when that's all you got out of the player was ooh, flowers, move on? Now, contrast that if you spend time making your character. Like I made Poppet. You're going to look at Poppet the whole game. The game is going to focus on her. It's really important that she is unique to my game, and so she is. Also, she's, once again, a thunder god. It's weird. Yeah, it's important that she looks, you know, in my game. Exactly, because, you know, she's going to be the face of my game. You're always going to remember her when you play this game. It's not going to be this fence here. The fence is obviously off kilter and weird. You're not going to remember that door, that tree, that pipe up there. You're going to remember her, and maybe you remember these weird little bitey things because they're fun. Thunder God Pop, exactly. So, like, it's really about, like, knowing where to invest your time, where you're going to get the most bang for your buck, and be willing to take shortcuts on things that don't matter. Like, if you're a AAA game, you know, you can have all unique stuff, but to be fair, they recycle stuff in their games too. Often using all the Mega Scans assets that you'll see a lot of indies use as well. So it's not like they're using all unique, because they know that it's all about the bottom line, you know? Hey, bird, how's it going? Yeah, more comment red nice. Yeah, I hate that plugin. That plugin is just making me sad. But if I restart, it'll take like about, I think, 10 to 15 minutes for it to redo that. So I think for today, I'm just going to leave it on, and then after the stream, I'll turn it off, because I don't really want to sit there for that time. I mean, to be fair, I can just sit and chat with chat the whole time, you know. I don't mind doing that. I mean, I love chatting with chat, but not talking game dev concepts. Oh, the other neat thing you can do that Unreal Engine really excels at is geometry brushes. And I made this whole building using geometry brushes. And I've already gotten rid of all the ones in this map, but I'll go over this other map here. I mean, they went terrible. I tried to merge it with this thing here, and it became this wood here that doesn't even look like it. It looks terrible. But I had to enable an experimental plugin, and that's screwing with everything else, making everything look wrong. So now I got to disable that and just, yeah, it didn't work out in my favor. You might think it would, but it did not. Counterpoint, it didn't. But you got to try these things, because you never know. Sometimes it does work out, and then you're excited. Also, there's toilet things in here. Yeah, they don't need to be. Alright, so showing off the geometry brushes here. I might as well make some geometry brushes here. This level's just a catastrophe at the moment. Alright. I'm going to grab... Oh, let's go with the leaves for now. I want this material. Instant leaves. You take your geo brush, we'll use a box. Maybe I'll pick your brain in Discord and get free time and tell me what I have in my head is impossible. How many hours has game so far? Hours is a hard one. I've been at it for about 17 months on this game. I don't really keep hours checked anywhere. But what you can do if you're interested is I have a playlist of all the streams that I've done for this over on my YouTube. And there's currently 234 videos in it from back where I started all the way onward. I'll link it in the chat. I stream on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch all at the same time. The Twitch the one I tend to do very well on. But yeah, here's the you can see where it originally started as a paper ZD game. And you see that she was actually a flat character. He jumps a little better now. Can jump onto things just fine, blah blah blah. Much easier than it was when I tried the other one there. She has ghost form. The ghost form is gone from the game.
Trail with it yet.
I have a better flying mechanism.
I think it now follows after the player. I think. Did I fix? Actually, never mind. Let me fix one thing real fast. I turned off the ability for them to follow. 99 is acceptable.
I didn't do it from the literal start, but it was relatively close. Yeah, I was like, they were renders of characters. They also all had rain on them. I was testing the rain out, but I couldn't get it to not work in the building. I know how now, but back then I was really new to the engine, so I was kind of learning where I was going. I also did lots of dumb decisions too.
Where it spawns at and like where it returns them, like, you know, because I haven't.
You were able to jump into the paintings, and there were whole worlds in the paintings, and it was so overwhelmingly big. Like, I like to talk about how when I first started, the level of the level of delusion was just up here, and over time it's coming down as I just, you know, keep removing things that are just dumb. Because I mean, the world that I was creating in this painting was like a game, an outright game in one painting, and I was just like, just because I could make it. Let's see if I can get a view of it at all. I mean, it got bigger and bigger. This was like really early on. You check the later ones and it gets, start to see all these things where I started making all this stuff, these big, huge areas, and I threw all this away. But you'll see in these streams, I made lots of crap. It just got bigger, bigger. And I created area, but not content. Apparently I was looking something up there for whatever reason. I was using a little at the Renon because I just thought I wanted to look at something. I don't know. Exactly. I'm done such lessons learned. I mean, I think that at some point I should probably take clips of all these, and you could see, you know, like really the mistakes I learned along the way. I think that, I mean, it's open world now. Just because the maps work out better, but it was technically an open world game. Sort of, yeah, because like the painting's all connected, except for that instead of having like the building on its own map and things like on different maps, what I did was you just jump through the painting and be on the different world, and just kept doing that, and I would just change the weather everywhere you went. But the problem with this is the game was huge. Like, I mean, I don't think you understand how big this map is, but that whole city map I have now pales in comparison to the size of this map that I'm currently building in this. Like, this is huge. And it's just, it's the mistake that almost everyone and their grandmother makes with Unreal Engine. And that's the whole, oh, I can have this giant landscape, so I'm gonna do that. But then you realize you have to fill it with content. You see, that is what takes forever. You can make these landscapes super fast. Yeah, yeah. Everyone makes this mistake. It's just how it is. It's fun to play with the landscape tools. Yep, they start with this big landscape. The other game, the game we don't talk about, the one that honestly is responsible for a lot of what Poppet Quest will later become, because I had a game called And Remember Tomorrow that I was working on that was a dumpster fire. It started with RPG Maker, it was a dumpster over there, and it became a dumpster fire on Unreal Engine. And in that game, I had made a map for it that was like 2 miles in this 2 mile square, both sides, with the character run around it, and it had a bunch of stuff like that. But you know what? It still lacked content. Like, I had a little city there, I had like a little building, places for it to run, places for it to go, but there was nothing to do. And I added something like wolves for it to fight, whatever. It wasn't very good. But I made the mistake of spending so much time on a map that didn't serve a function. And now as I build now for gameplay objectives. Like, okay, what do I want the player to do? Where's the player going? What does the player have to do to get there? What things can I do to get in the player's way? Things like that. Like, it starts building more objectively as opposed to, oh, look, I can just have this big open area. Oh, it's nice to run around. So what? What does that even do for you? and make that landscape actually look good as well. Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't. I'm pretty good at making landscapes pretty quickly. I mean, this is obviously the very start, and you'll see me get better and better as I waste more and more time on a landscape that doesn't matter. Where do I even stop at? Like 8 in. You'll see I wasted so much time and effort in a landscape, if I can even find it. Oh yeah, and I started doing interior buildings too. You'll see that change up too. You can see so many mistakes. Oh yeah, I was connecting all these worlds like that. As you can see, the jumping thing wasn't very good. This is where I discovered that these little spline thingies could make great roads. And had all these sections connected up. I wonder if I can actually see a picture of it all. This is not even the first of the maps I threw away for this game. Like, I wasted so much time early on. So yeah, like, if you want to see like peak stupidity, just see how much gets wasted to make all these bizarre caves and things like that. And it was a very different game. These ill-fated things that apparently were stolen from another game, and I found out the hard way after paying money for that asset pack. Yeah. That's sad. I was going to use a bunch of things like that. Nope. No, this is where I built the respawn system. Oh yeah, I remember that. Found a particle for it. First time I started using that particle. And then it doesn't even show because yeah, right over here. Yes, the respawn thing has existed all the way since episode 8. Yeah, with more and more time. Had to hurt a little bit describing that. In a way, it hurt because I did spend a lot of time. Part of it's also because I experimented with things that eventually broke the landscapes, and I found out that the breaks had happened, but they'd happened a while ago, so I had already overwritten backups, and I couldn't get rid of things like that with weird black triangles showing up. It was basically as soon as the nanite landscapes came out. It's also when I learned that landscapes are not very good. They have their moments, but they have some downside. They can be broken very easily. So I'm not as big of a fan. But yeah, like, I think that throwing this away didn't hurt as much because it was not cohesive. Let's see if I can find the other one. It's advanced time. I was still working on there. Here I started doing more interiors. I don't think it's stupid, so I'll go through. Yeah, yeah, it's just like all these neat things I could do, and then I just. Here you see I started doing more indoor thingies. This is still connected to the other map, though. It's like you go through these paintings and appear on other maps. This is actually where I had a model. Poppet had a different outfit. I was also using landscapes for floors, too, so I was able to cut holes in floors, and I made all these little things experimenting with it. Ways to go underneath the floor, stuff like that, and it was like dilapidated and piled crap everywhere. Oh yeah, well, I've put in the little thing so you could actually, yeah, there's your respawn system. Yeah, Poppet used to be a witch doll, by the way. She was way more Halloween centric. And that's why she always had the hat. She kept it for the magician, and then later on it got moved to something else. It became like the moon hat or something, but she looks better in the darkness, obviously. Oh, that was a picture of her in the other outfit. Yes, where I started learning about splines. You can see all the lessons learned along the way. They were painful. Painful lessons. Yeah, it really focused indoors. Actually, you can kind of see the other map there. You can see the peak delusion going on here, right? As like the buildings, because it was originally like building, and then the painting was like, you know, a landscape that was just in between these building pieces, and then as you can see over there, and then the building, new painting area that connected. It was really poorly thought out in so many ways. So many ways. But let me see if I can find the other map. Because yes, the other map. Oh yeah, that was huge. Here's where I think I learned about, yeah, the brushes. Hell yeah, brushes. And now you see that I've, you see the outside world in this one? You can see the game used to have a dilapidated version to itself. It became much more interior at this point. Because I changed up how everything was to a singular building. I don't know exactly when I made this change. This is still in the first 24 episodes, by the way. Of the amount of dumb things. Oh yeah, the bucket fort. This is originally where you fought Patrick. It was a bucket fort. You wander through all the little buckets and like a little maze and everything. Some of my early designs were trash, by the way. I don't mind saying it. They were trash. So it was a dilapidated game. So it kind of... I actually gave up Paper ZD very fast. It looks like. Yeah, and you see I'm working with a building instead. And I'll probably... I don't remember when I actually changed that up. She's still using this outfit. Wasn't a bad outfit. I forgot why I changed. Nope. Nope. This is actually this is her original outfit. This is the outfit she's using now. I recolored it. So I apparently switched this fast. The other outfits were breaking all the time. That was the big problem. This outfit is actually the outfit from the character from my other game. And I knew it worked, so I stole it from her and put it in this game instead. Trash is a bit of my treasure. I mean, you know, it's okay. We should go back to my RPG Maker days. You can see my trash from then. And it's oh. Good old Oliver. He's been around a long time. We're in episode 28. Vu, like the early room for Vu. My concept for her. The boss, the first area. I'm still working on the first chapter. It takes so long. Oh yeah, originally she would summon a little mini version of Poppet, and it acted as a little voodoo doll that you had to protect. And I scrapped that mechanic and the little voodoo doll, little mini Poppet character because it was so awful. It played so badly. Yeah, you can see some of these early room concepts. They were bad. I think I spent a bunch of time on this one. She T-posed, followed over. Yeah. Yeah, the dumpster fire is strong. I think I spent all day working on that one. I want to see if I can find the other map, though. Come to me, other map. Oh, this is when I did the painting world. God, I switched really fast. When did I abandon the other? Oh no, I sell things online. Pretty much. Mostly collectibles. I make about 33 cents an hour for streaming when I did the math. Like if you took all the hours streaming and what I made, it's about 33 cents an hour. I'm not retiring anytime soon on the old thing there. Oh yeah, some of these other things that this is still the dilapidated place. And show the outside world. I want to show off that map. I want to show the level of delusion that went on. Here's an early version of the Magician Room. Looks the same, right? Oh yeah, when I first did the Hierophant on episode 45. And I was really excited by this thing that I finally bought 200 episodes later. Come on, show me the outside. Just grabbing things like that. Nope. Nope. What's even going on here? Early Patrick thing? In this weird little room that's no longer there? Still not outside. At some point I had to show the outside world. When did I do that? I'm just going to advance way far ahead here. Like 73. Well, yeah, I sell online as sports cards and small amounts. That's fair. I mean, like I said, I usually sell magic cards, so I'm very much into the collectible world. And it pays way better than this. You know, I mean, I love doing this. Game dev is so much fun. So we're streaming, but you got to build up over time. Game dev takes a long time, and you got to build a fan base as a streamer, and just expect it to take years. But it's super fun. So if you just enjoy streaming, man, I really want to show this world because I really want to showcase just how stupid it was. But it looks like I've already, you know, this is actually already beyond. I actually switched to this that quickly, huh? Wow. This must have been after I started streaming on Twitch. Because the week I started streaming on Twitch is when I actually switched to having the building in the city. So before I streamed on Twitch would be when it happened. But when was it? Now I'm curious. I use the same handful of shirts, honestly. The cheap Amazon stuff. That looks like the... Wow. I will show this map. I had to have shown a picture of it somewhere. This looks like the new map too. It is. Oh yeah, the fool used to be a giant sucker, by the way. Which is not the worst thing in the world. It was funny, but it wasn't funny on the level that the other one was funny. Man, the difference when I first started, like, going to Twitch really changed this game's progress. Yeah, you can really see how it all started. This is still... I was still using the old map here. Oh, do I get to see it? Maybe? I didn't even really keep pictures of this. Aha, I'm flying. Yay! I spent so much time on that. Make all this work. All that old system. You can see my bad programming too. That's the other thing that I remind myself of. I see old systems. It's like memory lane thing here, but so I can just showcase something. I had to have zoomed out somewhere. Or maybe I didn't. Looks like an all combat day. Blah, 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 blah.
Greetings, my excellent friends.
Hey, Lepus, how's it going? You can kind of see a little bit of area right here. This is just to the outskirts.
Did you see anything? No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good!
So true. So true. Come on. I'm definitely zooming in on all these rooms that don't exist anymore. Why was I? Come on, zoom farther out. Just once. It's all I'm asking. Just zoom out. Past me. Zoom out. What's wrong with you? Do it. Yeah. You like your code past me. I get it. But hear me out. Oh yeah, when I first did this underwater area, yeah. Come on. There has to be more outside world. I really just want to showcase Delusion on a whole nother level. And I don't... Oh, maybe? No. I really never zoom out, do I? That's weird. Oh, well, here's a little bit of the area. So what you see here is, this is a portion of the east wing here, which became the 5th floor of the building. You can't even see, like, this is only tiny. And then, like, this is weird lakes I put to the outskirts of it like that. And the bottom section of this was actually flooded. And out here is the border of where the Moonlit Garden would have been, which was huge. But this is still only a tiny portion of the building. Come on, Peak Delusion. Daddy needs a screenshot for this one. If I find it. Well, look at me doing content instead. Aw, he's adorable. Don't know why I was doing content at that point. I mean, it's probably the right thing to have been doing, but I was so excited when they blow themselves up. Oh, here's a little bit more peak delusion. No, right out here. All right, so this isn't even the full thing. And there aren't many pictures of this thing here. So what we're looking at here is the Moonlit Garden was this area out here. Now, if you can see it over here, this tiny little portion here was the top half of the east wing, which would later become the 5th floor of the building. So keep that in mind for scale. The 5th floor of the building that takes about 2.5 hours to beat now was this tiny little section over here. Look at the disgusting size that this one would have been. And then these are like, this thing's off in the distance. Look at how big this is. Then there was actually a basement too. So Peak Delusion went worse because some sections of this, a good portion of this middle section, had a third thing underneath. And then later on, because Peak Delusion was even more peak, there was a big section out here too. And it just... I think I'm incorrect to say that this would have only been like 20 floors of content. It's probably been like 30. And I don't think I spent much time working on it. I was kind of hoping to see more of it. But I mean, it was the level of delusion involved with this map. I never zoom in from above though. Also, I don't have a thing where I ever built it on that. That's weird. Because right around here, you can see I switched to a city. So this might have been the last one before I changed up. It looks like this is probably the last thing there. You can see Poppet's outfit has become much more as it was supposed to be. Oh yeah, my testing map where I was dealing with the light things in there and I was learning how to use the incredibly awful behavior trees. Yeah, 5,000 game, it totally is stupid. I didn't realize I picked up the better movement that long. You'd be surprised how little time has passed. This was streamed a year ago. Episode 38. Keep that in mind. Episode 38, 1 year ago. So the dev time on this game is not that long. You'd be surprised. This is the junk level here that I threw away. I mean, it was a testing level, so of course I didn't keep it. I don't know what I was doing. I don't really care terribly. That I want to see that one level up, but right here is where it changed. It has to be episode 39. Oh yeah, I had Tinka dancing because I was really excited by Tinka dancing. I made an animation of her dancing. And here you can... It's sad that most of the map is tiny. Someone tried to convince me once that I should have an overlay. Overlays suck. People just want to see what you're working on. So, this is a portion of the East Wing. You can see it right now. You can get an idea of it. Like, this is what the other portion you couldn't see earlier. Including Vu's room over there. And then you see this massive thing where you can see a portion of the massive area over there. Or even the central area is also pretty big too. And yeah, like it was so big. What was I ever doing with that? Like, I don't understand. Yes. Yes, the original Hierophant thing. Again, these are all areas that are just gone now. They don't exist anymore. I just wasted too much time. Yeah, originally the cards used to spin in the air above me. Also, this area was so hard I couldn't do it. Yeah, it's a very dilapidated place. Very different game, as you can see. I wonder if I ever played through all of it. I might have. On stream. I played tested all up. Outside world. Really? You ever feel like past self is just taunting, you know, your present self? I used to zoom out a lot. But not very far. Cuss you, past self? Why must you be like this? You suck. More zooming out on the east wing. Not even like the full map. You see me just spend all my time on the east wing. There was a bunch of time spent on the Moonlit Garden, I thought. I guess not comparatively. Oh. Wait. I see myself maneuvering a map out there. Are we in delusion levels? Yes. It looks like the delusion levels were out here. Okay, come on, turn around, do it. I know you really like this empty section here. You kind of see it for a second there. Yeah, talk over all that. Nobody cares. I don't care. All my homies. There we. Okay, so to give you even more, I don't know why the lighting is terrible here for the room. There's the east wing right there. That tiny section right here. This thing here. And later on, I added this big section out here. Yeah, I remember 9,000. Like, so this thing here was 2 floors. Oh yeah, and I did all this thing, this big landscape. This is not like the first landscape I did. This is just like me building off this thing like that. But yeah, this was probably roughly the same size as this. I imagine it had 2 floors. This thing here was about, I mean, just look at it. This comparison size there, it's probably could have fit at least like 6 of these in there, and this thing was 3 floors, so this alone would have accounted for like 18 floors. And then there was like the Moonlit Garden out there, which you can see this big section here in these walls. It was like an exterior area. Oh, I was trying to make the painting world on the same map, and it didn't work because I didn't understand the H-load system very well. And then I went back to working on there. But for a brief moment, you could see. I wish you could show you the full delusion. Yeah, I was building a painting, and I was going to have you like teleport over here. Later on, I put on a different map because I didn't understand that to make it work, you would have to move a character there, wait a second, and then drop them so that it has time to load everything. And it didn't work. It was terrible, and I couldn't figure it out. I was too stupid at the time. Now I'm like, oh, okay, well, I understand exactly what I was doing wrong, but didn't at the time. East wing, the Moonlit Garden over there. Yeah, look at the peak delusion. Look at it. There's a lake out there and things. I'm surprised I didn't have anything where like already made, but yeah, there was the east wing right there. How much the game has changed. Yeah. You just really see the differences that have gone on over time with this system here. And it just... I can't believe, like, I know it's on stream somewhere with me working on the Moonlit Garden and the floating stuff. I know it is. There you go. You see there was like a giant ship in a bottle too. I later put that ship in a room like that for the there you go. There's your peak delusion right there. You can now really see it. You can just see the size. You can just start to see the. I don't even have the one out there. Like it did get bigger than this. I really had no concept of just how much. Just how big everything was by comparison to Poppet. And like I said, that was a year ago. Episode 39. Well, you know now, how long do you think it would take you to get where you are now if you had to start over? Well, I mean, a lot of the designs and everything, like the gameplay, things like that, have already been figured out. A lot of the concepts have been figured out. So my gameplay loop wasn't really very strong back then. If I had to literally build it all from scratch, though, like I'll get all the characters together too and everything like that, it would take quite a lot longer than you'd think. But I don't know. I could probably pull it off in maybe 8 or 9 months, I imagine. It would be hard to gauge just how long it would take. But basically, it's not like zero happened during this time. A lot was figured out during this time. A lot of like what the combat was going to be like, how the levels were going to be designed. Like a lot of these experiments here, like running through pipes and things, really taught me what was going to happen. Yeah. And, you know, I mean, I wouldn't have made all this map, and I did spend a lot of time designing these things, but I mean, I've been in it for 17 months, so I could probably have half the dev time. I'm sure I could have dropped at least 7 months, if not more. You know, at least that. I'm just time wasted on things that just didn't pan. I mean, well, you can't really just drop all this and say it didn't have meaning. It had meaning. It just didn't have a lot of meaning. I don't even know the actual point where I started on the new map. Well, I started experimenting with different maps here. Original painting world thing. Well, not really original, but I was experimenting with having a different style of map. This is where I started making design changes towards building rooms that were more usable. Oh yeah, some of the mechanics for the Insanity were terrible. A lot of them involved everything getting dark. And it made it really hard to play, which is why I got dropped. Middle city block? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, the city block wasn't that important. Like, I built it later. Mostly it was just something for people to look at. The big change that happened right when I started streaming on Twitch was that I picked up the only section I had that actually had content and put it on a building instead and said, okay, here I'm going to realize that I'm delusional. All this other crap shouldn't be here. It has nothing. It's just wasting space. And now at various points in my game dev, that's what's happening. You'll see me do it. I'm doing it right now, where I was like, okay, you're delusional. Even what you have now, after cutting it down multiple times, is delusional. How long is it taking for you to generate this? Great. Now, how much longer is it going to take to build what you have now? Is that worth it? And it's like, okay, well, I was going to add a bunch of rooms. So I was like, well, I have like extra space. There's like 25% extra space on this floor that wasn't really being used. Like I had some concept rooms there, but no idea what they're really going to do. And one of the rooms was just like where the boss was at was basically 4x the size it needed to be. And it was mostly empty. And I was like, okay, well, let me just split this up and redo it. And now it's like, okay, well, now I can have like 5 or 6 extra rooms. And it's like, okay, well, I don't even know what I'm going to do with these. And the story's already set up for not needing them. So, okay, why? Then I was like, well, maybe I need to cut out these lower floors or something like that, you know, or lower floor, because I'm never going to get this all done in the time that I have. Okay. Then I was like, but why am I spending time adding all this content that we're trying to come up with the content for these things that didn't have it, for an area that doesn't want it, and cutting out floors that would be actually useful for something? Like, why not just cut the building up so it's less? Because the only reason this building is this size is because I took the entire east wing of that delusional map and dumped it on top of here and said, okay, I'm going to make this building just this size all the way down. Not because it was, you know, the right decision. It's just because that's what I had. So now I was like, okay, well, if I just remove that 25% and compress it all down, I can focus on making the content I have in these rooms way better instead of trying to make all this extra content that was meaningless and just padding. And that was like, there's plenty of points in the game where you'll see me in stream where I make these decisions like that, the cut down decision where I start to focus things better, and it really makes a difference. Do you find yourself leaving openings for editions after release, kind of like updates? Or is your mindset releasing a complete game? I mean, I can always have DLC because there's a painting world that connect, like all these paintings that connect all these places in the building, and you can travel there by jumping through the paintings. So I can always have a painting that leads somewhere else, and I can always have hidden floors underneath. I'm trying to release a complete game. That is true. It's possible well, the original plan was, actually the original plan was October 2025. Clearly that wasn't going to happen. October 2026 is the current plan. So if I don't make it by that point, it'll probably be released as an early access, just because it's just been going for a while, and I think it would benefit from people testing it, to be completely fair. I'm really trying to find where I made the switch. The big change. And I'm pretty certain it happened before 47. The painting world change? Huh. My various life lessons. Yeah, this was after. Yeah, helps a lot. There's another point that happened after I'd moved it to the city here, and the building was originally 9 floors. No, it was 7, then I added 2 for some stupid reason. That's what it was. And then later on I got rid of those 2 after designing a whole bunch of stuff like that. And that whole area, the known as the Moonlit Garden, because I was like, I'm gonna keep the Moonlit Garden idea. And then I was like, well, the garden's got to be on top. So I added all these floors and to create this section with like glass and stuff like that. It looked kind of cool. Then I realized it's a big empty space, and it later on got compressed down into what you see is like the 4th chapter and part of the 5th chapter. Because again, peak delusion, you really start to realize exactly how overkill things are. Yeah, I'd already changed at this point. I don't know where the actual change was. Nope, this was still the old map. So basically from 43 to 44 is where the change happened. Where I just decided this was peak delusion and I needed to stop. Yeah. Yeah, notice that starting. I still have that too, the thing where you can sit there and mark which each room is if I wanted. But yeah, you can really just see. I switched back to this brick system that I've kept since then. And I don't think, I don't know where I built the Moonlit Gardens. Huh. That's weird, because I swear I wasted so much time on that stupid garden. And floating things. And I'm going to go back to having the floating things at some point too, but mostly just code the whole time. Anyway. Can you experiment with that acrylic stuff? You can share the paint? Yeah. But, yeah, that's about where it was. You get an idea of a little trip down memory lane. It's possible you could see, if I still have it on itch. Not itch, Imager. Do I still have any of the infamous other game that does not exist? That would never be? I'm so bad about keeping up any kind of, anything. Any kind of record of anything. Ah, there we go. So, yeah, whatever. This was the Moonlit Garden area. I might like... And things actually would float. And it got way bigger. This was like the tiny version of it. It got so much bigger than this crap. I do plan on putting this mechanic back in. Maybe. I don't even know if I like it. Again, it doesn't really... realism is... Honestly, I don't think realism has a lot of place in games, to be fair. Like, a lot of times the realism just kind of takes people out of your world. And I don't think it's that valuable to me. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm okay with these things being flat, to be honest. After all, how often do you really sit there and admire the bricks on the wall, right? Plus, people might be able to think they can jump on it, too. Which is kind of problematic for my game, especially. Just stop asking, I don't care. Oh yeah, the original version of the moon. Which later became High Priestess ability, I believe. Yep. When you activated it, they appeared. And some vanished. Which is a terrible way to do it, because you have no idea where they're going to be. Now it's a High Priestess ability. Does that texture tend to decrease FPS, increase strain on GPUs? I mean, if you use the weird little, like, you know, occlusion stuff, it's not going to help your FPS, that's for certain. All my homies don't like that. Oh, here was the original Delusion map. Yay! Because I was really excited by her outfit. Yay! The original Delusion map was so big that it made the giant building Delusion map look tiny. Oh my god, this was this microscopic little portion of the original Delusion map. Just look at it. It's just so stupid. Holy crap. Oh, she had fireballs at the time. Fireball. The Devil ability was the first of the tarot cards. Like, there were mountains in the way. You went over mountains. It was so delusional. Part of the reason why I look back on these things is to remind myself how delusional I was. So this way, going forward, I go, anytime I think, yeah, this is probably good. No, stop that. It's a bad plan. You should feel bad. The peak delusion. Yes. Yes, I should have just went back to this, but a lot easier to find all the stuff. Well, I mean, I really don't have any gameplay of that. Well, I do on Twitter. I'd have to find it. Yeah, the other character that from the game that never was. In her world that never would be. All she did was run around in the rain this time. I think I would discover that rain was so cool. I was like, yay, rain! The video quality is pretty trash because image compresses their garbage, but you can see I stole her outfit. Not her little arm thingies. But I did steal her outfit. I consider stealing her hair. She looks terrible as a doll. That's why she didn't become the main character this one. Poppet got designed because she looked good as a doll. She looks good as a human too, believe it or not. But I've never showcased her as a human on anything. Yeah, I had all these maps. Just I've wasted so much time on maps, and that's why I tell you. Don't make a map. Make a game. Make your mechanics. Trust me. Any idiot can make a map. A map does nothing. I mean, have a test map to play on, but I mean, don't make this multiple miles in every direction map. Don't do that to yourself. Your shit's never gonna get done if you do that. Then you'll try to fill it full of content. And it'll never happen. That's kind of my trip down memory lane. I mean, I'm always happy to tell people more if they really want to know. I can definitely tell you. In case you think you did a bunch of dumb, I did lots of dumb too. So let me fix this thing here. Just look into the camera. So, yeah, really, I have, you know, lots of evidence that I really didn't spend a lot of time on this game before, well, I mean, like, the time spent on it was comparatively not a lot of time year-wise. Like, it really... Yeah, it was just less than I thought, actually. Well, this is actually much taller than it needs to be, isn't it? It goes way up here. I gotta redo this one anyway, as well. Because it sticks out over here. Well, that reminds me. Where's the credits? Whenever anyone subs, I add them to the list. They get put in the game's credit as supporters, no matter which platform they do it on. And then it didn't say that he signed up, but I'm assuming he did because he mentioned it, and I did get a sub. It's like Captain Waddles, I believe. Huh. Why didn't it say? Huh. Don't want to forget people. Commodore Waddles, I believe. I mean, he used it. It's just that he it didn't alert me because it shows up on the back end that it was used. And that's weird because, you know, Twitch usually tells me if someone, you know, uses it. Like, count the points so I can shout them out. And they didn't for him, which is very strange. I don't know how that happens. I've never seen that happen. Now I just feel bad. Commodore Waddles, yeah, okay. Wow, nice copy paste there. I don't really want all that. I would just like the regular text. Thank you. All right, disaster averted. Yep. I figure it's all like, you know, a Patreon type of setup where, you know, people reward you for that. Like, so I just add everyone to the credits, whoever subs, and I just organize them by the thing they subbed on, and whoever subbed the longest gets at the top. Or don't. I also have one for donations too, just so everyone gets accounted for. Don't know when the game's coming out, but it will come out eventually. I mean, I'm hoping for October 2026, but you know, I think I just had that discussion about peak delusion, you know, in case anyone forgot. And I do have the ability to be delusional on many occasions. It's kind of what I do. I'm kind of a professional delusional person. After all, I'm a streamer and a game dev. I mean, if peak delusion isn't involved in those two things, I don't know what is. Okay, this is too fast. Also, let me turn this back on here. We're making some walls here as I rebuild this whole area to be not stupid. I mean, there's a lot of stupid going on, but hear me out. Maybe less stupid. In theory. In pieces. Because I never know where things need to be, and it's better to be able to move things around and stuff. Because, you know, you're probably going to want to make changes as you come up with better gameplay ideas, I imagine. I know I do all the time. And that's what I'm doing right now. This is actually way farther forward at the time. Usually I make these walls one thick, I thought, but apparently this seems like it was thicker than that. Well, changes are going to get made like crazy, so, you know. Because, I mean, like, you know, I've been designing these things like that, and a lot of the times it's more fun if you can, well, I mean, I'm going to have to make changes based upon where the right way to go is in these things, so, I mean, you start moving these things like that, and you start to get an idea of where things are at, and this is actually the representing a section that's on the other chapter. But as I keep adding things, it's like, okay, cool, you know, I need to do that. And this is like multiple floors tall, and it's just, it's hard to know in advance what I'm going to make. So rather than do that, I kind of build an outskirts of a building, and then I do it. Of course, I axed off this portion of the building here, so now I need to go through each of the chapters and remove all the crap that was in this area. And the first one, the first chapter was perfect because I had a bunch of crap that did nothing. Because that chapter was very poorly laid out. The second chapter was much better laid out. And is the real challenge that, like, I think in the end it's going to come out way better. But this room, like, was another room that was just a wasted room. I was trying to come with it, but there was just nothing of value in here. And you look down here, and this room here was a wasted room, and I took the brig and moved it into here, so now this room's no longer wasted. Oh yeah. Gotta sneak that stuff in there, you know? I want it to be like a place that you know, can live in, but it's like a theme park in a building, so that's kind of the game design that I'm aiming for here. Also, there's like two things here, and I don't need both. This stuff is not where it's supposed to be. It's just I crammed everything together, and I'm slowly moving things in the right locations to make it work. So if you wonder why everything looks like a mess right now, it's because I was just trying to get everything out of the other area, and there's a bunch of rooms I need to replace. These don't need to be here. I'm just gonna get rid of them. They're the wrong size. I need to remake them anyway. These giant skulls don't need to be here. They're just... It's not happening. You know, if I know how much it takes to make a game, I probably never installed Uri 5 ever. Strange Solution was my thing. Hey man, I started the RPG Maker. Man, the delusion levels. When I first started. If you think they were bad with the stuff I showed you with Unreal Engine, you know nothing. You know nothing of the delusion. So, you know, I will, yes. Actually, and remember tomorrow the other game. If there was a bad mistake that could have been made with that game, I did it. It was like that game crawled so this game could run. Like there was just this dumb mistake after dumb mistake, and I also learned how to do like way better art styles, taking that character from a crappy RPG Maker little sprite character to the character that was in that video like that. I mean, I went like I upgraded my character design so much, especially my 3D work during that time. So a lot of the skills I picked up from that game, including the programming to make that game supposedly possible, all got tossed in to make Poppet Quest, I think, because Poppet Quest started out as an RPG Maker game jam game, and it got the benefit of all the crap that was made for the other game, which made it possible to make in like a month, even though it wasn't. It was delusional too, but pretty much what I'm saying is my entire game dev career has been delusion. Yes. You an architecture guy though? That's fair. I mean, as far as like the architecture goes, when you build a house, you already know what they're going to use it for, right? Like, you know what a house needs. You know it needs a certain number of bedrooms. You know it needs a certain number of bathrooms. It's going to need a living room, a kitchen, that kind of thing. Closets, sure. But when you build a building for a game, you don't know what it needs. Because you're going to want to build it based upon, you know, the objectives the game has. Right? You don't make objectives based upon the shape of the building. You make the building to service your objectives for your game. So if you're going to build as an architecture guy, you have to look at make a list of all the things you need to have done inside this building, and then build it like that. I tend to prefer to build in pieces because it's pretty hard to just know in advance everything I'm going to need to do. So I usually advise against just going, yeah, I'm just going to make it all. I've done that before. I mean, it's not like I haven't done it, and it's not like I haven't remade buildings. But you kind of don't want to do that if you can avoid it. Because any extra work you have to redo is never a good thing. It's going to happen. Don't not do things just you might have to redo it later. But after all, how many maps have I just told you I've thrown away? Like, wait, what? What are we talking about here? Like, a bunch? That's right, a bunch. Probably more in the future. Yeah. I have that. For mechanical contract detailing, piping, commercial buildings. You like your points? Yeah. People might as well learn from my mistakes, basically. Like, let me make the mistakes for you, so you don't have to make them. That's why I tell people about things, and when they ask, it's like, yeah. These are stupid things I did. And you probably shouldn't do them too. You can if you want. I mean, if you like making mistakes, hey, I'm not going to stop you, but hear me out. You probably don't have to make them. That's what I'm redoing here, is just all these things like that. That's all these, rooms are just mistakes were made. And this water, it represents the fact that this room is much bigger than the other one. So I'm actually having to restructure this room and redo a bunch of things because of it. This water doesn't have to be that high though. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna tweak that room like that. Having to restructure this room to fit in the smaller thing is also a thing to note. This whole area is just, yeah. Remember, there's a ceiling there, so I'm gonna have to move this flag down. Now there's windows here, so you got to reposition things because these windows, like, there's a lot. And I didn't know these things were gonna be a thing. Like, I didn't know. Like, you saw the previous design of the other, like the east wing second floor that became the 5th floor of this building. And I scrapped all that. The whole layout of the inside is now different. So it's definitely a lot of change has been made, for certain. All right, just grab things, move around. Right now I'm doing geo brushes, so these are glorious. Use Rivet. I've never even. I think I've heard that name mentioned before. I don't know much about it. To be 100% fair. Let's get these to be the right look. Then I need another geo brush, but I'm gonna make certain I have this selected so I don't have to put it on all the sides. Give me geo brush. Give. Geo brushes are a glorious thing, and one of the main reasons I switched to using, well, Unreal Engine in general is just because I was able to make all these assets in Engine. Seeing what I'm gonna do here. So like positive and negative shapes, right? So this is a negative shape, and I'm just gonna ram it right into this positive shape and extend it out. Oh, get it the right size. Now suddenly I just have a working door. Good thing. You're like, cool, neat. Open. I mean, UE5 is one of the things they list is you can use it for architecture, so it's supposed to be for that. It's just I don't use it for that, but I mean, I guess I do build buildings in it. The thing is I tell people this when they're like, you know, they learn every new thing that UE comes out with. It's that, you know, there's a lot of tools for other purposes, such as, you know, architecture and, you know, like car design and like movies and things. And, you know, you don't need to learn everything. Ignore all the tools that aren't for whatever you're using it for. These are definitely things. So, it's definitely meant for architecture as an option. This engine has enough tools, I don't need to learn anymore. Yeah. That's the best strategy with this engine. I tell people, learn only what you need to get the job done and ignore anything new unless it's going to particularly benefit you. Huge amount. Because all too often, you're going to fall down a rabbit hole or something you're never even going to use. Put a nice little window in. Hell yeah. Never touched another one games made from it. Try. Activate unless I have someone doing anything different. Yeah. Well, if I'd been really smart, this wouldn't have arrived at the game I wanted, but it would have arrived at a game much faster. I should have taken all the money I had, and instead of wasting my time doing game dev, I should have just paid someone to make the game. It would have been a different game than what I would have made, but I would have had plenty of games by now for probably, well, not less money, but I would have made more money doing my other job than I would have doing this. So this is fun though, and I did it as a hobby and just led down a thing, like down the path of me wanting to do it more, more as an actual job. Also gave me something to do during like the whole COVID thing, which I didn't have much to do, so. Because I'm in California and California's stupid. My city locked everything to where you couldn't do anything. It was dumb. It's like, this is dumb. Yeah. I think that, my advice to you is, as far as game dev goes, if the process of making the game is something that appeals to you, if it's something that looks like it'd be fun for you to do, then you should make it yourself. Basically, if the journey is more important than the destination. Now, if you just want your game released, you don't care as much about it being exactly as you want, and you don't really think the process looks particularly fun, you should just pay someone to make it. Because at that point, why would you go through the journey when you could just arrive at the destination? And yes, California is terrible. It's a beautiful place, but the people here are crazy. Yeah, like I say, if that's the thing, like if you would rather do that, I don't see any world like I mean, I love doing games. This is what I do for fun. So for me, I'm all about this. But I recognize that it ain't for everyone, and it's delusional to think that it is. Just remember the other important thing to do. If you're going to pay someone to do it, be willing to accept that it's never going to be exactly as it is in your head. Heck, when you're making it, it's never going to be exactly as it is. But a lot of people I encounter, even like people who've done this for a while, get so fixated on thinking people can read their minds and that they can just take what's in their head and just make it real. And that's not how the creative process works. So you'll have to be willing to accept that maybe, just maybe, things won't be exactly what you want. I mean, when I started, I didn't even know what a variable was. So, I mean, you know, I learned as I went, and you'd be surprised how much you can just figure out as you go. I can definitely tell you that, you know, I didn't start with any education in it, yeah. But it is definitely about just going, okay, well, what is possible, what is not possible, and willing to accept these things. That makes such a huge difference when you realize, you know, what you, basically when you ditch the delusion, I think is the term we're looking for. At the end of the day, this whole conversation is all about peak delusion. There you go. Once you learn how to get past the delusion, sky's the limit. But I've seen people, and like one guy, he's been trying to make a game for 30 years. His own words. He never has. Why? Delusion. The ultimate game dev killer. I guess somebody might be delusional. That's what I strive for. I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, there are people who will call everything delusional, and then they'll be the first to be like, you know, be waiting at the finish and be like, well, I totally believed in you. Did you though? I don't think you did. But there is a certain level of things like that, and yeah, come out before Star Citizen, I believe. Probably, yeah. Yeah, probably. I'm just saying. Yeah. What I did, and I think that you should do this. If you've been inspired by a particular game, or you've always wanted to make something like a particular game, go to that game and watch the credits. Then proceed to count every single person in those credits. And then ask yourself, is your idea delusional or not? Because, you know, this game like took an artistic inspiration from our Alice Madness Returns. 111 people made Alice Madness Returns over multiple years. And it was a very eye-opening moment when I just sat there counting. I was just like, holy crap. Like, I already knew I wasn't making that game. Like, I was just, you know, I just wanted the, I like the concept of the worlds, and it's a very cool looking game. Very imaginative, but you just start to realize, you know, if you're making like an indie game, at best you have a small team. Maybe you have 3, maybe you have 5 people. Ooh, we'll say you have, maybe you have 10. How long would it take 10 people to do the work of 111? What's that? Too long? Oh, that's right. Too long. Yeah. So, you know, that's a thing to remember. You gotta just realize that, you know, you're probably not better than an industry professional. And even if you are better, let's say you're worth 2 industry professionals. Probably not, but sure, peak delusion. Let's do it. Are you worth 111 industry professionals? No. It's like, oh, you know, that really cool, you know, Call of Duty game there probably had like 300 people working on it for like, you know, the whole year. So, you know, game's way better than past 4 Call of Duties. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, Little Nightmares, games for me. 413 people. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. It's like, wow, this game looks real easy. It only took 413 people multiple years. You got this. I mean, Unreal Engine goes really far out of its way to help you do a lot that would never have been possible. This game is not possible in Unity. It would never have been done because Unreal Engine, Epic has done so much to help me pull it off that I couldn't have done it in Unity. Like, without, I needed Epic's help. And like, They have. They've been real homies about it. So, I mean, even with that, their help can't equal out to that many people. It's not possible. Now, for free assets too, they've shoveled money at me in the form of free assets. They've, you know, created all, like, various things such as like this movement system and provided all those animations for me, so I didn't have to do that, because I never would have had Poppet's movement without their help. Are you kidding? Not even remotely possible. So, like, you know, they did so much that I could never have accomplished without their help. And I think that's something to make note of, is like, but even with their help, I can only do so much. I'm still one guy. And no matter how many cheats I do, I can never make up for the fact that that's the thing. You know, like, I use every asset I can to make, you know, any way I can to shortcut things, because I realize I'm one guy. Plugin systems, yeah, like, I mean, so much things are just designed for me. Like, you know, so many systems. There's a joke with Unreal Engine. They go, oh, well, blah, 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 it's a checkbox you miss. The reason that joke exists is because it's true. Epic programmed it for you, and you just have to figure out where the dumb checkbox is to enable that feature they've already made. That's a really common thing in this. It's just like, what it's already been made for you. Okay, that's pretty good. You know, like, make these smaller so I can hang them from the wall here. Yeah, they've done so much, so it's, I owe a lot to them in that regard. And I think that if I had been dumb enough to use another engine, it would not have come out as good at all. And to be fair, I did try Unity first. But Unity would have cost me a fortune in the form of all the assets that I would have had to have bought. Like, that's a huge problem. Like, I don't have a budget. I don't have all this money. So I can't just go, oh yeah, this. I don't have that. Games are expensive, especially if you want unique stuff, or you have to make it yourself, which takes a bunch of time. Either way, you're paying out something. And then when you're a solo dev, time is a very precious resource. Because you have to do everything. Oh, I already got them. Unless they have brand new ones as of like today or something. I usually like waiting the day of, like, I'm still awake going, oh yeah, man, I need these in my life. They weren't even good this time. I was so sad. They weren't anything I could even remotely use. Like, yay, another forest. Gee, thanks. It's not even a nice looking forest. It's just, it's bland. Like, it looks like you walked outside. Yay. I walked outside. Yay. That doesn't suck me into a world. I have no idea what I would do with a modern day museum and gallery. And clearly this just doesn't match my aesthetic one bit. It's cool, don't get me wrong. This is definitely the coolest asset by far. It just doesn't. That was back to the Epic client. Is it? Oh, it's exciting if that's the case. So far, Fab has been a dumpster fire. Wait, is it? Hell yeah, it is! Oh, I'm so happy. You don't even know. I'm so happy. Fab and launcher. Look, it even says, yay! Yay! One. I don't have to go to the dumb website. That was one of the things I hated most when they switched over. I'm like, but, oh. It was no good. So yeah, that was good times there. Because the Epic, no, when the Epic Store was so much better. Everything was so integrated and nice, and there was less trash in there too, for that matter. I mean, just in general is better, but why does this look weird? I don't know. Oh, I know why it looks weird, because of this was the material I decided to try to change to make it work. I'm gonna just change this back. This looks like hot garbage. I might have a treasure vault under here, and I think I'm just gonna get rid of a lot of these little mountain things or something. Have her fight like this. I need to make it so that the boss can't fall off the sides. She's dumb. I know you could turn on a thing where, you know, they can't walk off ledges, but I have her leap places, and it doesn't really stop you from leaping off the things. So I'm probably going to do that. I was going to have her fight under a ship. I don't know. This is the... AI is its own problem. You know, this whole side area was worthless. It doesn't need to exist. Or if it does, I'm not sure I'm doing it yet. It's something. This weird thing, this floor is just bizarre and doesn't need to exist. Peak delusion strikes again as usual. I'll grab another one of these. Splines are glorious. This is another reason to use this engine. Splines. Splines are one of the real homies. You know not the power. Unless you've used them, in which case you know all the power. Yeah. I've started doing it more like this, where I just draw the whole thing out and then I just start raising the pieces I want. Oops. If I can smooth this door over, the door's... Well, I actually had that pillar there. Do I want to keep this pillar? Kind of matches the window. Well, I'd rather move this door and that one pillar than the skull and all the other crap. And the skull is pretty important because it has a good look to it. These are important lines that have been said. The skull's pretty important because it has a good look to it. You know what's not particularly important? This table, this window, and all this crap. Like, it's fine, but... Heck, I don't even know what happened to the table under this. I'm just using this thing as where the table used to be. I don't even know what these are for. Oh, never mind, that's part of that. I'm gonna get rid of this anyway, I don't like it. Well, I could just... I mean, their splines. I can just as easily move them in, but I guess my question is... There was originally a door here, but now the door would go to nowhere, so... To what end does it even exist? It's an important question that must be asked. I'm just gonna redo these. I don't need these. I don't think I'm keeping the bilge. I gotta restructure this storage room to fit in here now. I think I can keep every single room though. And I think that at this point there'll be no new rooms I have to figure out. With the exception of maybe this room, which doesn't, no longer has a thing linking to it, so it has no function at all. Well, I guess technically now it links to here, so it's like a side section off of this room. Yeah, that's one of the big problems that changed. It was not good. I was wondering where these went. These are supposed to go in the shop. Wait, was there two of you? I didn't select it. Okay. Ah, the dumpster fire that is. This is actually from a different building too. Oh god, there's a... Oh, yeah, about that. Like I say, things going to be a little messed up. Let me tell you. Till they're not. Well, like I say, this particular round of Peak Delusion, the fun mini game that I play with Game Dev, means that the second chapter will basically be completely laid out and ready to go. Interesting. I don't know why they're off to the side like this, but sure. So, that'll be good. Just the fact that these will be completely... I won't have to design any new rooms. Though I probably will make some additional rooms, because after all, as of just yesterday, I made yet another room in Chapter 1. Staff-only room, but... I broke up the Forbidden Hallway, which was boring. Now there's only 2 boring rooms left in Chapter 1 that I think need some serious work to be not boring. I'm going to keep adding in all kinds of little dumb extras too, like, I mean, like having the rubber duckies that you could just shoot. Those are just fun extras that just really sell the place as being what it is. Like, once I have all the objectives in place, then it's like, well, now I gotta add in the meat and potatoes, if you will. These just don't need to exist anymore. Do I want 2 entrances into this area? There's only one way down, unfortunately. I usually like to have 2 entrances here, but it would have to be from right here is the only place it can be at. And this area needs to be restructured big time too as well. You're gonna see me jump around a whole lot here as I try to figure out where I want everything to be. Medical might still exist. I don't hate that this one could be a thing. If it does exist, it has to be somewhere around here. This wall just should not be. I just need to redo the whole wall. Well, actually, I don't need to redo it at all. I need to move all these boxes into here. This seems like a camera 1 affair, if you will. Unfortunately, this is designed for a much wider room. I'm going to have to Peak Delusion a little bit here, and yeah. That's my new superpower here, just Peak Delusion. It'll be nice and just say I'm a dreamer. That's a nice way of saying delusional, right? He's a dreamer. I mean, to be fair, my first game was going to be based on a book that had been writing, so clearly that was dumb. By the way, books don't make good games. You have to spend a lot of time and effort to restructure the book to fit a game setup. They're not the same type of medium. Linear stories like books don't really directly translate into game. Had it shows. I'm just gonna delete everything that's not in this room. Okay, maybe I kind of like this that up here a little bit, so maybe I'll keep them. I like the idea of Anizons being hidden behind all this crap. Like she just collects all the junk in the building and then sells it to you. Oh. I should have like some sort of collectible that's there, and then you go back after getting the key and it's gone and there's a note saying that Anizon took it. And you could buy it. Collectible in a case. Once you return, if the key has been taken by any. Okay. We getting there, Like I say, the restructure of this it's gonna take a while. This room is bigger than this room here, so clearly, yeah. I had to shrink the broken compass a bunch too. I'm probably just gonna name it in storage. This room is so big. There should be an extra room here. Because there's no real point in this huge room, except for to add an Anizons in it. So I really think that this should actually probably kite one of these walls. Which I think is already the right size, which would make my life easy if it was. I mean, it's not like super big difference, but I can just put that there, block this off, and as long as it doesn't stick out the sides, it's good enough for me. Perfect. Make a storage room here. It doesn't gotta be that big of a storage room, it just has to hold Anizons. Unfortunately, I didn't lock it away behind a boss like I previously had, which kind of sucks. But I can always just put the key somewhere, it's not like a big deal. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast. All that tea I drank before the stream is winning this fight. As I drink more tea. That's the downside of the day streams, and the upside. I get to be heavily caffeinated during the day. At night I usually have alcohol, and it's, I guess both technically lead to bio. So, yeah, I'll be right back. Alright. Let us continue. Yes, yes indeed. Why is extra windows open in the back? There have been no bots on Kick today. Is Kick okay? I mean, like, imagine a world where there's no bots. I guess I finally banned every bot on Kick. I realize that removes every user from Kick, but hear me out. At least they know more bots. That hat is so weird. It just doesn't make it easy to do things. Guess this has to be like up here or something, because otherwise it'd be weird. I don't know how I'm going to lay this out in any kind of playable anything, but it probably helps if they aren't levitating. That's a good sign. A good start. I love how Shift N just doesn't do anything. You'd think it would put the things down where it's supposed to, but I think it doesn't ever do it. Sometimes it does, but not today. Let's get remove a bunch of extra crap. We'll figure it out later. It's not like it really destroyed any rooms in here, because the simple reality was this didn't actually do anything in the first place, so it went from being a nothing burger to a nothing burger, but has stuff in it. Because the original storage room was fine, but didn't really do much. Well, am I keeping the bilge? I mean, it would make sense that, you know, that thing would be near the bilge, so. Levitating boxes. Sure. Does the builds need to be blacked out? Not really. Honestly, this probably doesn't need to be either, but this also lets you get on top of those, so there's that advantage there, but it prevents you from opening this, so that's kind of weird. Oh yeah, I gotta get rid of more of these walls. I'm just gonna delete it now. I kind of want to keep a couple of these to remind myself I have them. I made them with the intention for this particular area, and then I'm not even using them, which is weird. So let's keep a couple, just to remind myself. The rest of this crap can pretty much go the way of the dodo. Random key thing. Oh, these went to the... I remember these before. Not 16. I never liked 16. Too fast. It's already kind of fast. Given a lot of the small areas I have to work with. These are short. There was a key around here somewhere, but I presume they were closer around there. This doesn't look like it goes anywhere in particular, which is awkward. You recall this key being here. I don't know why this needs to be here. Doesn't seem like it needs to be there. Because it kind of fills in a little hole there. Does it really fill in that hole? It does. Okay, that's weird. Sure. But why? I don't know. Alas, the crow's nest is likely no more.
That room's such a problem, child. Either way, I don't need this.
Or this. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff I was missing from here. I don't know what any of this stuff was even for. Whatever. This is actually all part of this. It's actually stuck in the wall because it got moved over a little bit, so I have to restructure the whole thing to not need it. I don't necessarily need the things holding it up, but I think they're all kind of part of it anyway, so I guess I kind of want them. So I think what I need to do is this. And I just remove this portion here that was taking that up there. Weird. What is this? Oh, it's a map cube. I don't care about that. I should fix that, and this portion here just doesn't need to be. That's just part of that building. I don't know what this is for. Well, that was just all this thing here that was gonna, I guess, move these in back in here. And without any reason to go there, it's kind of real pointless. Alright, we'll just pull it into the building and work from there. Oops. Get that one out with this one. Oh, that's right. I was going to move this door over to match this walkway over to here. Oops. Close enough. I'm just gonna get rid of this, I don't care. Weird hook in the middle of nowhere. Perfect. 10 out of 10. I can still keep this as the crow's nest, doesn't have to be changed, I suppose. Dr. Wicknut, yep. Ducks are fun, you get to wander around in them. Why wouldn't I want to do that? Do I have 2 of these or something? Oops. I guess I deleted the little thingy that cut a hole in that, whatever. Yeah, now I get to wander around inside it. There's a tiny doll character, so you just go inside these things. So I made all these ducks in the engine because they're pretty easy to make. I made all the pieces and then I can just cram them together however I want. Unfortunately, I used to connect to a bunch of places and now it, well, weirdly connects to this place even though that was unintentional, but so, you know. Oh, she looks crazy without her, like, textures. Have a clone making her? I mean, you know, there's a... I think it's called Fiverr or something. Oh, for the right amount of money, someone could probably hire me, but I don't know. I usually have to be convinced because most of the time I'd rather just work on my own project. But I assume there's plenty of game devs who are looking for work. You could probably just go to like it's about any game dev Discord in the world. There's usually looking for work or people who are desperate. That's what it is. You basically have to pay someone for, you know, well, you got to figure out what the job is you want done, right? Because that's going to dictate a lot of what you have to pay someone. Most games take a very long time to make. A couple of days will yield you At best, like a crappy game jam game where it's like it's not gonna look very professional. It'll probably just be at best a concept. Really depends what your concept is, but I mean, it takes a long time to make stuff. The more custom you want it, the longer, you know, you're gonna have to hire someone, really. After all, you can just look back at all the streams I did and see what I accomplished during those streams. To be fair, I was also learning a lot along the way, but pretending like I'm able to just suddenly do these crazy things, seems unlikely. I mean, there's a cap. It can't be done in a period of time. Well, I mean, you can always just chat with me for free for the most part. I mean, like, you know, I'm always happy to chat in Discord and things like that. I mean, I work my regular job and I stream, so between those two, I don't always have the most free time, but you know, you can always put forth ideas, and like I say, I like to chat while I'm streaming too, so you'd be surprised that you can get a concept game together pretty quick as long as you don't spend the whole time brainstorming. Because usually a lot of game jam things are like, okay, well, on the day of, here's like, you know, the concept you got to build around, or like, you know, some sort of theme, and then you have like 2 days to like a week to figure this out and build it. And game jam mentality is actually one of the most valuable things I picked up when I made the original version of Poppet Quest for that game jam. Was it's the whole, you start to really evaluate what you can and can't do in a period of time. And I mean really evaluate. Because you're under the gun. You have very little time, and, well, when you have very little time, you really start to prioritize. Which is not usually a bad thing. I wonder where this went, because there used to be a hole here already. Not sure why I'm rebuilding it, but I was thinking of getting rid of it potentially. But in the absence of a better idea, it can stay. Yeah, you really start to change how you view everything when you have people telling you got to get it done. And game jams are basically always voluntary things, you know, you don't have to do them, but I think anyone wanting to be a game dev should do one, at least just to see what it's like. I mean, I guess concept dev is kind of set in stone. It's very suited for a game, but I think the idea could possibly be massive. It's an easy idea. I'll just shoot you what I'm thinking in Discord, and you can just tell me which thing. Fair enough. I mean, sometimes the simplest ideas are the best ideas. You'd be surprised how often it's just not a bad decision to just go, oh yeah, this, and I mean, a simple concept that you do to perfection is better than, you know, a complicated concept that you do poorly. Same token, actually releasing a game is better than not releasing a game, so, you know, like the worst game you ever release is better than the best game you never release. I don't like that track. I don't know why I keep it in there. I just don't like it. These are all music I can use for games. But I've heard them all so many times at this point, I don't know. I suppose I should go out of my way to get some of the other stuff I have. Use it too. Try to make a table over here. This is the only empty room so far. I do want 2 ways down. This could be a way down. The downside is that it's connected directly to the brig of all places. Horrible, horrible location to be connected to. Is it though? Is it really? I mean, you're supposed to free... Well, we was calling him Don Fluffles. This is a, you know, homage to Sword Art Online Abridged, but I mean, he's probably not going to keep that name, but his code name has been that. So you got to free him. It only says Don Fluffles on there, so why not? His brother's trying to reach there. Is there like a million cages here? Is it? No, it's not. Okay. Open. Location. So I want something you can jump onto to get on top of these. I don't know what for yet. It should be cool. But the location, this is terrible. All these skeletons are kind of in an awkward location. It was a much bigger room before. It is not big now. No. I also want to connect these ducts up to things now too, since they don't connect anywhere else. I have to connect somewhere new. Probably up here, inside this area up here that I have set up for additional stuff. I got a bunch of space to hide things. I can definitely see where I'm going to make some massive changes to this area over time, but for now, I don't super care about making changes. I just want to make it less haphazard, more organized, and then from there I will build it into something else. And this hallway is now incredibly important. Is that what I'm thinking? No, it's down here that's now incredibly important. So this needs to be moved over. This needs a wall here now because those there. I have to move the leverage altar somewhere else. How the leverage altar is such a problem, child. I wanted to give it out earlier so you could come back to it and keep getting various tarot cards from it. Because unlike the other tarot cards, it's tied onto these crystal balls. The other ones are often just tied upon a particular room. But the leverage one and the world are very different in that they're tied to having other things or doing other accomplishments. Though to be fair, some of the other ones might also get tied to them later. I haven't exactly figured out where you're getting half these things, but... Now let's put a wall here, because I need this to be about this distance, and I'm just going to grab these and yank them out of here. I got to put all the room infos down too, which is going to be a problem. As well. I don't need this giant altar thing that it's sitting on. It could just be sitting somewhere else. I don't know what I'm going to do for the lover's altar specifically. Like what it's sitting on. It could just be in its little Mega Man capsule. It's mostly just these are in there, so I could do... Let's just get these out of these rooms. I don't really care until I'll figure out what to do with them later. I don't need this. I'm not going to use it. It could just be one altar thing sitting. Well, I wouldn't keep this giant altar. It's not enough space anymore for this tiny hallway. This door has to get pushed over to there. So I'll have to redo this whole wall. Conveniently, it's a very large wall. Wouldn't want it to be a tiny one. Well, it's not really that large, but it's large enough that it'll be obnoxious to redo. It be what it be. I could just spawn a lover's card in for every one of those. Assuming I want it here, but there's nowhere in the first chapter it can be. Because I want to have Charlotte's bedroom up there, but there's a story reason she would be up there. Unless I want to change the story so that she wouldn't be necessarily up there. That makes little sense. First off, it's the only area where the public wouldn't be, so it's kind of weird. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I definitely have lots and lots of ideas. After all, there's even concepts for a third map and a fourth map. This was actually really well laid out. It's just because I had to remove 25%, some of the rooms didn't fit, so I'm playing Tetris with rooms, basically, is what's happening here. You're like do 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 do, and just try to make them like vanish as I'm, you know, doing it. That'd be sweet. They don't vanish, by the way. I want them to, but they don't. I don't even know what got kicked out of this one. Oh, I see. Okay, well, the entrance to the 4th floor, that's a problem. The rest of this giant room, fantastic. That'll make my life hard. Probably the coolest thing is, like, I have, this is my concept for who they fucked up pixel bastards. Wait, what are we talking about? Yeah. Anyway, this is my concept for like when we like the Queen's Castling. I always make concept rooms that I come back to later, and the concept rooms are ugly. Like they are just, they're not designed to be good. They're designed to remind me to work on it later. They always start out like just the most base thing possible. I have a courtyard or a castle. I was originally gonna have you run a train to it to open to it, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. I'm gonna have a castle in here at that because I have chess pieces you get to fight. Yeah, I didn't even bother to put the other texture on this floor. That's how little I cared. I got all kinds of concepts. Devil pup. Yeah, devil pup. We'll go stand by there. Wait for it to load in because it's loading slow. Put some chess pieces up here to remind myself that there's gonna be a thing, a giant chessboard. Load the devil, please. See if it loads her in. You load the rest of her in, buddy? Pal, friendo? Now that friendo's been called, you have to do it. I haven't bothered putting your physics in for her outfit like that, but it's my concept for like the chess queen. Because you have red queen white, you know, because that's like an Alice in Wonderland trope. Even though this isn't Alice in Wonderland, I like to borrow from it. Also, devil pop. Yeah. And I figure she'll summon, like, you know, like chess pieces to fight for like that. Also try to land on you too, because if you notice she has a giant base on her that could easily land on you. Probably very well. I had a bunch of like concept attacks already figured out for her, but they're in my notes. I have lots of notes. But yep. She'll probably be the boss of the 3rd chapter, I imagine. Concept City thing. I'm gonna put a train out here. I had train cars, but I didn't delete it because they didn't look correct. Wrong era. Yeah, all this was originally part of a giant thing, and now as you can see, it's now hanging out here because I got rid of 25% of the building. Oops. Oopsie. Yeah, you just get concept ideas, rooms, like potential places things could be, but it's very concepty, and I had tracks that you were going to open up the ways to and everything like that, so I put all these things here to remind myself that maybe that's what you would do. So I went through the whole thing. Why did I do this? Yeah, whatever. The way to the next chapter, which apparently these walls are... Oh, because I added a wall here, so... Again... It was nice until it wasn't. Until it wasn't. It's gonna have a sheriff station in here. Battle the sheriff. Oh yeah, the keys unlock the doors. Every door has a... That's kind of how I keep you in a lot of places. Like, I don't always force you to unlock a door. Some doors you can bypass. But for the most part, a lot of the game is locked behind doors, where I put keys in the various rooms, and then you have to get the key in order to accomplish stuff, you know, to get to the next area. And so that's been my big strategy. My stratagem. But, you know, I got concepts upon concepts upon concepts. But much of the game is revolving around keys. I've been adding in more buttons and other things that open up ways too, as time's gone by. The keys were kind of like the original concept idea that have obviously stayed around. He's asked if someone was playing Raft, there was way too many way to manipulate doors using third person and higher HV to where you could unlock it from the other side by using your camera angle. Well, the good news is that you require the same key from either side of the door, so it really doesn't matter which way you try to do that. The game's always in third person. If you try to mouse through a door, like... Here's what'll happen when you're by a wall. You can look through that door? It's pretty hard. You can't even see the other side of the door. I didn't put a nav mesh down so the enemies can't spawn. But I mean, for instance, the key in this room. Let's see, the plan of this room was to get double jump. So you wouldn't have double jump. I'm cheating because I already activated it, but currently the button for the double jump capsule's over here. You would have dash at this point, so I'm allowed to dash. Well, you obviously have dash the whole time. Yeah. Well, I definitely used to be a speedrunner, so I also like to, I mean, I know how to cheat things. This is a favorite island of mine. The enemies aren't spawning right now. I guess I... Actually, no, I'm going to put the enemies to spawn. If I'm going to show off this room, I'm going to make the enemies spawn. I need a nav mesh. This is required for enemies to spawn because it's looking for this. 100. Oh, yeah. Exactly. So I do all these things to try to break my own game all the time. I mean, I haven't done speedrunning in a long time, but... I used to do Symphony of the Night and Jet Set Radio Future back in the day. Speed them all the time. but the runs have changed way since then. I mean, Symphony of the Night's beatable in like fractions of the time now that people discovered so many glitches. I'd consider doing speedrunning again, but I already have enough hobbies, so there's no need to get into other hobbies. Enemies should spawn in theory. Yeah, this is the Isle of Forgotten, because enemies used to show up on this one particular island and then die, but not really die, and I couldn't hurt them at that point. It was so bizarre. So this dumb little island gained its own little sign, the Isle of the Forgotten, after the worst bug I had. It was so bizarre. I'm like, what the hell? I don't know why the enemies aren't spawning, whatever. Anyway, I didn't hit the button over there, but you hit the button to get double jump from here, and then with double jump enabled, you'd be able to go a couple ways to get where you want to go. This is one of the ways. Lagga. You would have Temperance at this point, so I can blast it with Temperance. Temperance is the bubble wand. Yeah, the speedrun videos are crazy. I'm trying to remember one. There was it was called Two Worlds, yeah. You should watch the Two Worlds 1 speedrun. I think it's like 3 minutes long or something. It's pretty adorable. I was like, wow, I beat this game and it sure took a lot longer than like 3 minutes. It might have been 5 minutes, whatever. As you might imagine, it was obviously not the... Didn't make too much difference one way or another. 3 or 5 minutes is basically about the same. And that the speedrun was really short. A little bit of a bug with this thing where it doesn't quite work the way I want it to. Close. Of course, I made that system like a week ago. Oh no! I changed how that was and now it's harder to jump on. That's okay, you saw nothing because the dev is a cheater. I'll just use the chariot, which is not currently game ready either, but it turns a little airship and you fly around like, but you saw nothing? It's not like I'm cheating. I'm cheating. I'm totally cheating. I saw something before Zelda NES. You know the game like glitches. Oh, yeah. If there's like... Basically, I used to watch the Games Done Quick marathons, and I've pretty much seen all the old, you know, Cool Kid ones. This is where the key is for the next area, by the way. I don't know why the enemies aren't spawning in. There's something weird going on. But yeah. Now I just watch the awful block because it's full of all the games I've never seen before. And I just skip the other blocks because I really don't want to see someone speedrun Dark Souls again. Or another Mario game. Or the Zeldas. I mean, like... Normally you would need the key to open this door, but I left it open, so... It says I'm in the pirate graveyard. Oh, it's because I have all sorts of things all over the place. It's a big mess. Oh, you can't even get the key to get through here anymore. Oh, I forgot. I broke so many things. So I can't actually beat this area. But anyway, the premise of this area is there's 3 different buttons you gotta hit in these other rooms here, and I gotta put the key where you can get it. And once you get to all the buttons like that, it'll keep lowering this water. And then you can get behind this waterfall into this area here where you would fight a boss. Which might be the plushy shark, I don't know. That might change. You get a key from here, and then you were going to go up into this area, and it then let you into what was once the secret garden in this area, and now doesn't do that anymore. So that's where the big break is now the big... You went through that, and then you went out one of the windows, and then all the way back in through some duck maze, and eventually you ended up in the Pirate Cove where you fought Charlotte, the ghost girl that rules the place. Well, you play games with her. You don't really fight her per se because she's a giant ghost girl and you're not. So you really can't do much to it. And then you went back to Garden, got the Emperor, gave yourself immunity to water, and then refilled this... where's it at? You refilled this area. It's So then you could swim your way up into this pipe and then get over to where the boss is going to be for the area. None of that works anymore. Because I decided to play Tetris with it. Crazy Dead Man? Yeah, pretty much. Also, the concept's pretty badass. Yeah, thank you. I wonder if Charlotte's Web even works anymore. I don't think so. I gotta... Well, it might work. It's probably close to working. I just gotta make certain that the thing that spawns her is in the right room. That'd be kind of important. You don't spawn her in. Well, I mean, she spawned in, so it should be actually in the right location, I think. Is that a room info? That's the kill plane. Are you the room info? No. There we go. It should work. I had planned like the concept plan for the fourth chapter, the second chapter, and the first chapter. The third chapter was still very up in the air. I'm both Grotto Storage and Pirate Cove, which is bad news. So this is Charlotte. It's playing the wrong music. Perfect. Now I'm in the grotto washroom, so she'll unspawn now because the room infos just dictate where you're at. That's unfortunate. Okay, I gotta move all these room infos because they're screwing everything up, because that's what dictates the exact room you're in. So yeah, you can't really play the game because it spawns in what you need when you're in the right room based upon, well, those aren't there anymore. Also, there's a key here. What's this key for? The grotto storage key. I don't even know where to put that yet, because yeah, this is such a dumpster fire. As you see, these doors are on top of each other, and oh no, I have good music for it. That room's pretty fun. I'm just going to drop this key here, even though it shouldn't be here, because I don't know where to put it right now, and I don't want to forget it exists, but I need to restructure all the rooms anyway. So that was the big plan today. Restructure. This is the room info for grotto storage. Perfect. Except for I don't really want that anymore. I guess I do need one for this build anyway. Sure. Come on. Move the storage downstairs. Beep. This was all laid out. Now it just not. I just like making my life harder for some reason. I don't know why. I just do. If you did the math on it, it basically removed 1.5 levels from the game by simply removing the 25%. I guess I could show you Charlotte in the different room. Back to this. So many things are in the wrong location. It's a Charlotte's bedroom problem. I break everything. This is usually Charlotte's music. And that material is still obnoxious. Yeah, it's the playroom. These are safe zones. You're safe in them per Charlotte's rules of this game. The rules are simple. Safe spots will protect you. Don't get caught. She shows up periodically and plays games with you. This is, of course, well, basically tag. There she is. If she catches you, it's just an instant kill. I haven't put a jump scare in for it yet. At some point there probably will be something. She can appear out of the smoke wherever, so you gotta be careful about that.
You're going the right way. Airship's shadow. Why are you talking to me? It knows I still whispers. I saw the future in the gears of falling. I saw the future lost sight to my airship's shadow follows the trail. We're all mad. Airship's shadow follows the trail.
Going crazy.
You're going the wrong way. They're too long to stick. Stew and rum doesn't like pain.
Oh, you can save. There's she saves by jumping into toy boxes. In which case, then you're just allowed to save at those points, so you can do that. They also act as a checkpoint too, with an auto save. So if you forget to save, you can always go back to the auto save. So technically, I have unlimited lives, which is why I don't mind just instant killing the player if they're dumb enough to get caught. I'm going to make this room longer, but the good news is that I already did make it long, so I could come back to that door. I got to keep this door. I'm checking to make sure the key even works. I'm going to slam it in her face. Oh, that's right. You can just jump on these. What am I doing? Okay, I'm just cheating and double jumping.
Stew and rum doesn't like airship's shadow follows the betrayal. It knows they're watching the skies my dreams, but it's a fire in a brass. I stitched my dreams to the airship sails. They're unwrapped into the airship's shadow. We're all mad. It stole the skies. We're all mad. Too long. Here, Violet.
You tell your kids who would survive that? Yeah.
The wall talks to me.
So many games, you know. Oh, this doesn't even have a light. Oh. Uh-oh. I need to fix that. That light does not work yet because it's not listing the right room. Apparently there is a working light in here, though. That's good to know. I thought it was dead. I mean, I remember the old, like, I remember the old Nintendo games, and my dad used to go buy Ataris, too, like, from garage sales. We had those as well. And, you know. This is the Hierophant. There's possessed objects in the game. Well, the Hierophant is active. The possessed objects will behave. Basically acting like platforms. Should you deactivate the Hierophant, you will go falling, because these things will throw you.
I'm a failure, but I'll unbolt their secret by midnight. You're going the right way. Ether hums my future.
Cheating and double jumping! Double jump is number. How do I jump to the side there? Yeah, I'll see they start moving around again. I still remember, like, the design setups of, like, stuff like the Might and Magic games. Remember Might and Magic 6 is just like, you, pick your party. You're at this tavern. Yeah, she'll try to grab you out of the smoke. And, there's your story. I was like, which way I go? Okay. Pretty soon you discover aliens are, you know, at the heart of the whole problem. And you're like, I thought this was a medieval tavern game. Whoa, 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 whoa there, girl. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You stay in there. I still remember the master trainer for blasters, who basically explained that dragons are basically like big, slow ducks. She wasn't wrong. It turns out blasters, in fact, do make dragons like big, slow ducks. You're just railgunning those things out of the sky and you're like, Jesus. Hello. I haven't put the 9 saying for that one there. There's so many actual walkthrough books. Yeah. I remember those books. This control thing in the bottom where you can switch between was a new addition. Which is why it doesn't work particularly well yet. And you go up in a coil lane, where you're at in the game, and then put it back to shelf. Yep. I also remember the era of game facts as well. Those were way better than the crappy books. Though I did look through a Nintendo Power or two in my life as well. Did it for Final Fantasy IV. I believe it was try to figure out how to get the drill or something. Or yeah, something like that. It's been so long. It's pure guessing. These are the faces of judgment. These ones don't turn because this room's not correct, but they're supposed to watch what you do. As soon as I give them the right room, they'll do it again. They judge you on how bad you play your game. At least they judge me. Boing. That's a bouncy couch. Bouncy couches are fantastic. This is a cool thing you can do in Unreal Engine. See, these are actually a solid mesh, but I can just squish it. And it goes boing. Actually. Alright, well, I'll be here. Probably not bouncing on the couch the whole time, but you never know. I do like the bouncy couch. It understands me. Hear me out. It understands me in ways you might not understand yet. I need a Forbidden Twink. I thought it was in here, wasn't it? Guess I put it in that room. God, it's like a different game now because I added so many new rooms. Which is great because, you know, I was kind of getting bored of the same run. The downside is the other run was actually working and this run's kind of not. Is that a key up there? No. Huh, guess I put the key in. Well, well, well. How the turns have tabled. Oh, I see. H-load error. We loading, we H-loading. Are there two of you? No. Okay. Don't know why it gives 2 errors from that, but sure. The hell do I know? Okay, so this light does not work. It's supposed to say washroom. Yeah, the problem I had with the parallax thingy was that I was having a hard time adding it into other material that had all that other stuff in it. I didn't try that hard, I guess. I connected up in a way I thought would work, and then I was like, cool, great. And now I have to disable it because it wants that stupid plugin enabled, and that plugin causes problems in how a lot of the particles work. We wanted substrate because the material, when I went to edit it, told me that I needed substrate to show the details. So I enabled it, and then it was like, all your stuff looks bad now. I was like, and Poppet is now, you know, trying to get a job as Raiden in Mortal Kombat. And I was like, Poppet, why have you betrayed me so? As you can see, I tried to squeeze it in here. And I wanted to connect up all these texture samples, but the issue was that they were already all connected up in this bizarre mess. So I ended up multiplying them in and hoping that would get the job done. Spoiler, it didn't work. Had like this double texture coordinate, God knows what. It was a mess. Here's that part he talked about. I don't know why these don't look correct on the thing. But That was the problem I had. It was like this bizarre mess here was what I had to try to fuse it into, and it just... If I just got to follow his instructions, it wouldn't have been a problem. But many of these textures already exist and are already kind of fused into doing things, and it's kind of... Yeah, so I was saying, it's not as easy as it sounds. I want it to be as easy as it sounds, but hear me out, it ain't as easy as it sounds. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, yeah, all it was really supposed to be was this first part up here. And then you go into the textures over here, multiply them by the shadow thing, and just drop it right in. That's what it was supposed to be, but... Yeah, that's the problem. Is these log ones all have like all three of them share the same material, and it's used on a bunch of things. Yeah, it's just yeah. A lot of the times, materials are often master materials, so that's why I say it's never as easy as it sounds on paper. And like 5 minutes until you realize you got to try to jerry-rig it into someone else's ridiculous material monstrosity. This isn't even the ugliest materials I've seen. Some of the materials I've seen are just like I'm just done. I just like, all right, boys, I'm going home. It's just like, the hell is that supposed to be? I wonder how bad this one is. Do you have an overall master? Oh no, it just has this. See, like you have simple materials like these. But this actually has parallax occlusion mapping. They did it for me. I love this pack. This pack is just glorious. They were just like, I got you, homie. And they just did it for me on those. So all these leaves you see on there, this is that parallax occlusion thingy. But this was a different pack, and you know, yeah, this guy was not a homie. He's like, you suck, I hate everything about you, and that's how he built his material. And I was like, you don't even know me, man. He's like, I know enough. And you're just like, oh god, yeah, it is. I could switch it with the instant bark, which looks like hot garbage. Even worse than this. It didn't look that bad at first. But the instant bark it. And to be fair, the parquet's, it's okay. Like if I make it yellow, it could be like the yellow brick road. Of course, I could just use bricks at that point if that's my plan. I mean, if I wasn't trying for a safari theme, hear me out. That didn't even look that bad. Actually, it's pretty good. Oh yeah, I spline everything. My spirit animal is a spline. That's all you need to know about splines in me. Yeah, it actually looks pretty good as it is, honestly. I kind of like it better than the other. Than this hot garbage. It's also because it's got changed to that ugly look and I need to turn it back. I mean, the bricks, they don't really have it. I don't think they do. Let's see how much of a homie this guy was. Matte base. There's the wet weather effects. Oh yeah, I remember that. So I can make it all wet in the rain. I added that in. It bugs me. When they talk about spaghetti code, what they're really talking about in this, they're talking about materials. It's always materials. Materials are just like, the worst kind of spaghetti anyone's ever seen. I'm looking for some of the really ugly ones. I remember one that was just an atrocity. Like, I've heard war crimes that were nowhere near as bad as that material. I think I remember which one it was, too. Gosh. It was a hair. Not that one. Oh. You. I don't know. I've seen bad ones on streams videos. Yeah. I'm using 5.6. Let's see if I can find it. The most egregious material I've ever seen in my life. Might not be. It's really bad. Oh, here we go. Oh, baby. Don't worry, it'll be easy. It's just 5 minutes to throw it in there. You'll figure it out. You're probably questioning right now where your God is. Your God got lost somewhere in this. That's what happened. Like, this is someone's fetish, okay? Like, someone out there is literally getting off to this as we speak. That, like, they're looking at this material and they're like, oh baby, oh yeah. You know I like the parameter just like that. Like, what the hell is this? So yeah, I don't even know what's going on here. What isn't going on here? I think if I move the right nose, it'll just complete my game for me or something. I have no idea, but yeah. As you can see, what the hell is this supposed to be? Yeah, it makes sense. Waldo's right over here, by the way. If you didn't see where Waldo was, he's right here. In fact, can you make comments in these? Is that possible? No, it does not work. Can I? Curious. Yeah, good. Can I remove the comment from the thingy now? No. Undo comment. Undo. Why not? Stupid auto-size comments won't let me remove this comment from there. I was gonna do a joke. Should never clicked undo. It's all made. Take no rain. Well, that joke's not even funny anymore. Take it so long. Carry us. Put over a few of them so I can try to remove it from there. I guess auto-size comments doesn't work on that? That's so unfortunate. Don't do that again. Alright, well... You'll do. Okay. Now whenever I look, I can find Waldo in here. Don't forget where Waldo is, so everyone remembers. I'll probably never open this material again, but if I ever do, I'll look and I'll find Waldo. Can I recolor Waldo? Well, that's no fun if you recolor him. You gotta find him. He has an alternate hair for Poppet. If I want to equip it. This was a free hair. I made changes to it. Just do it. Oh, what is mischief? I see. Management doesn't look right? I see. Yeah, I get the sneaking suspicion that I should just not bother with the occlusion thingy. Like, I don't think it adds a lot of value to anything. I don't think it looks that much better. But what I do think it does is take a lot of extra time to change every material that's going to do it, because I'll have to sit there and fight with it and figure out how they work. And I don't know if I want to do that to myself. Like, I could be making the game. Like, the brick wouldn't be about the only be worth doing, probably, but the thing is I gotta figure out how to merge into this trash. And it's gotta work, well, I guess I can get rid of the wet weather effects. But materials are so far out of my depth, I don't understand them very well. I kind of like the bricks on here. Is that terrible? Like I kind of like them. Then you have these rails, and the rails would be the wrong thing. And the bricks don't really match. And also the bricks wouldn't really go up in the sky like this. Well, I guess that could be held up by all these boards, so it's not like it's... I mean, physics would probably tell you that bricks couldn't do that, but... I'm not gonna lie, I do like how the little brick road looks over this wood. But to be fair, the wood is currently ugly. So, there's that. I think I'm gonna go through and fix it. We just go boop. And I just go boop. 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 I don't know why I was alternating. There's no point in alternating. I could just grabbed all the ones from one and then grabbed all the ones from the other. Perfect. 10 out of 10. I'll leave the other stuff in case I want to screw with it later. And look, now it's back to looking like it's supposed to. And now this is the right size too, so this looks correct as well. What just happened? Looks like I have to go meet someone for work at around 3 today. So the stream will probably have to be cut short around 2. Well, it's not really cut short, it's just stream until I have to go to work. Work is whenever someone wants to meet up. Yesterday I didn't have anyone to meet, so I got to stream a long time. To be fair, there haven't been that many people wanting to meet up this month, so it's been pretty slow. This definitely looks better. No bizarre shadows in weird places. Spawn back to him. Yeah, well, I guess since you're another hour and 45 minutes, then I'm gonna have to head off for old work. Yeah, maybe I might be able to figure out. It might look better if I can actually get this to be all ridged and everything, or look ridged. But maybe not though, because Poppet's running around on it, so she won't. The foot IK won't match. That's the other thing to note, is the foot IK will look wrong. Not normally that relevant, but since Poppet's so tiny, it becomes relevant. Alright, let's investigate this room info problem while I'm at it. There's so many room infos, not those ones at least. That's correct. Oh, this one's hiding over here for some reason. I was probably flubbing things up. I think I already have a room info in here, don't I? I might. I don't think I do actually. Oh, I'll just drop in them and see. Oh, I didn't bother to do the important thing here. Yeah. Should have done this at the start of the stream, and I didn't do that. The unfortunate truth is if you don't bother to thumbs up your own stream, YouTube won't recommend it to anyone. Which is the dumbest thing in the world. Okay. Not with your man? No room. Okay, yeah, it's over here. I guess I should be fixing this particular thing since it's kind of important. Yes. Suppose. Inside the walls, and then seems good to me. It's fine. There's a key up here for it. What's the staff only key? Trying to fix the light in here. These lights are already set for the washroom. That's why I was headlight. I was worried about that. I'm gonna stand up for a sec. This chair's winning the fight. Bio break. I'll be right back. I have to start making use of the standing desk more. I'm up in the morning. So. Basically, rooms that need to be designed. This room needs to have some design work done on it. Did the whole building get moved or something? Like, what the hell? No, I actually just finished building the building. That's what the problem is. Let me so now I only have one thing selected. You can have a table by a couch, that's not weird. Okay, designing in the dark is hard. Oh, thanks for the follow, Michael Insane. How's it going? It'll be more excellent when it's finished, but you know, as I break everything over and over and over. I guess I'll put this chair at the end here. Look at this thing over here. Such a dumpster fire going on in here with all the things that are wrong with this. Not sure what I'm going to do with some of this stuff, but I have a crystal ball sitting here for some reason. Fair. I don't think the shelf needs to be here necessarily. I'm not sure I want the goodie box here, but maybe I do. That window does kind of flood things up a bit, doesn't it? Do these check for which room they're in? Oh, wait a minute. First off, this could be on top of here. It's all doll faces. I don't think they checked which room they were in. Or maybe those ones just don't move. That's probably it, they just don't move at all. I'm sure I want a bunch of them in here at that point, but to be fair, they were kind of a fun thing that exists not very many places anymore. They should probably actually just be in the Forbidden Toys room, honestly. It should just be all over the walls in here, right? Like, why are they in these other rooms? They didn't make any sense there. But they watch them in here. They just spawn them all in, have them watch. Would make more sense than being in this room. I might keep them on that one wall. Or I save them for Charlotte's room. Something that's creepy and weird for her, just her room. I don't hate the idea of putting him in Charlotte's room. Am I gonna have Charlotte spawn in this room? I don't think so. Having her just confront you every once in a while is pretty good. I might have some cutscene where she's watching the room, and as soon as you try to enter it with Oliver's help, then you can just enter. Whatever, I can always change it later. We'll just place like 10 of them around here just to kind of give the random fun feel. Well, actually, if you walk in, you're probably going to want to see them all over the place in front of you, not to the sides, so. Huh. Catch you later, Bird. Thanks for hanging out. Let me know how it goes with those materials. Hopefully better than it went for me. Yeah, definitely hopefully better than that. I'm not saying it was a disaster, but it might have needed some, you know, some FEMA relief or something for how well it went. Yeah. Let's just say they might have sent some people to check it out. Probably. So hard to chart. Oh, sorry. It's so hard to judge how close these are. Can't talk now. Blah, 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 blah. Actually, I'll put some more by the bed. Probably gonna want more. Sorry, listed a Charlotte's bedroom, right? Yep. So is this, right? This room's pure concept anyway. Don't use these chairs, they're rounded. I don't want rounded chairs. There's really just a handful of rooms that need some massive improvements. Once I get those done, like, this chapter will be pretty good. The boss fights could be better. There might even be an extra handful of enemies too. That one should be moved off the door. I do like that they're just kind of spaced apart watching you from here. Story idea I figured I'd write down. I won't say what it is because, you know, I try not to spoil story things. Unless it's something that is not super important. Because you never know. Someone might want to know. I might not want to be surprised. Or maybe. Maybe they don't want to be. Maybe they just don't care. I might end up picking this VFX thingy up because it has some stuff in it I can use. There's a pretty good VFX thingy happening right now on Humble Bundle. I was debating on it. I need some VFX. I'm starting to think what I'm gonna need for the next area once I get this all sorted out. I have to think about it. I don't want to do with this room yet. I just wanted to figure out what I was going to do with some of these rooms here because this room also needs work. But some things are just very up in the air. Also, this is in front of a door. I think I have some ideas for this room. I need some unique stuff for this room. I might have you enter it at the end of the first chapter, though. Be a good ending point. Especially a payoff after beating the boss. I want to rework this boss guy, shrunk this room down as well. And this room has some serious issues now too. Unless I move the entire pipe maze over. That's not impossible to do. If I did this, it would unblock the windows. I mean, there's nothing saying the room has to be completely symmetrical either. Like, the music thing can go over to the side. I guess as long as I leave by about 2:30, I can make to the office. Yeah, I can get to a 6-hour stream before I'll have to leave. Unless the meeting gets canceled. But I get the sneaking suspicion that is not happening, so yes. So let's say I move this off to the side a bit. It's kind of set up like a stage though, but it doesn't have to be set up quite like that. It could be set up where these are aimed at this direction too. And I move all these pipes over. This blocks the door, right? Actually, no, it doesn't. Still blocks the window a little fraction. Be like that. It does open this room up a lot more, giving me the option to do something else with this side too. I don't know what I'm doing with the accordion pipe thing. It's probably nothing, so they can go away. I will have to make a new floor for that area as well. Curse use blind bug. Why can't I rotate you? Are you like locked in place or something? Okay. Frees up a lot of space. Hmm. Double bots at the same time. At first you don't succeed. I'm trying hard again, I guess. And those things out of existence. I guess YouTube day streaming isn't so great. They don't get any of the sleepers. Much the numbers in that since I'm streaming all three, and the day streaming on YouTube does not really get people. Nighttime just have people who are sleeping and watching, which is not that great. So let's see. There's no reason for these to be locked, but I guess I want to lock the, well, I don't want to lock the washroom here. Probably as soon as you get to the music room, you'd be able to go to here, but you shouldn't be in this room. I have to block this window. It's because this vent doesn't have any lock on it. It would let you into the playroom way too early. There's definitely a restructure going on some of this stuff, but not as much. Honestly, just this ending part that was the big issue. But I guess to be fair, I did restructure this whole section. So I guess the first chapter got a bunch of restructure. I also no longer have a point for going out this window, which sucks. I really liked having a point for it, but now there's just not one. It's just gonna put the painting here, and I don't like the painting here for that reason. Like, maybe I make this a completely secret room. Like, the painting could just drop you in the safari room. Then I get to make this room completely secret. Oh, I'm yawning. I slept a bunch last night. I'm loaded down with caffeine. Well, the upside, if I don't start you in this room, is there's a whole secret area you have to wander through to get there, which gives me reason to go all that there, which seems so much cooler to me than the other. Honestly, with how awkward it is, this window should probably just be blocked, and I should probably just let you go out this window. It's true. Actually, wait, why do I block any of them? Who gives a crap? Right? I mean, you end up at the same location. Does it matter? It's only if I want to force you to go to a particular area, but the jumping from each window to window is a little awkward. So I really don't think I want to force that one here. You could just run out and be a lot like less ridiculously terrible. Let you play around on the ledge here for That sounds terrible. Let's play on the ledge. Make all these openable. Guess, unless there's some reason I want to close them. I mean, I could put a painting down here, but then I have to put a table or something. Just some way to reach it. Because the painting's not going to be at floor level. That's really the only location that works besides right here. Down here is weird because I can't put a table or something. Up here doesn't really have a space. But having a secret room you have to work your way into is a lot more interesting than starting in this room, I guess. Since it gives you a reason for these to exist. Or I can just eliminate that whole way out, but I have this whole setup over here. It seems so much more interesting than the previous setup. Oh, it's like September. I didn't realize that. Save myself some ducats when I sub to some people. Admittedly, I haven't really been watching many streams lately. Ah, the curse of no free time. It's already like 17 days before I even noticed. Oh, that's why I'm still in the building. Save. I was like, why can't I click anything? Because you're on the building. On the one hand, it's a lot neater that you come into here and then you come out into this area. Because it leads to an ooh-ah effect more. Like if you just get dropped into the room, it's a lot less ooh-ah, I think, right? If you just suddenly were here, looking up, it would be fine. But when you step out into the room here from this direction, it's more ooh-ah, I think. Here, I don't know if it has the same effect. I mean, it might be a little. Here, it kind of has that effect as well. I'm actually half tempted to have an additional set of walkways to go along here, like that kind of walks in like a circle or something. But I guess why would that exist? Other than being additional pathways. The other problem with this room being a thing is you can bypass the key out of it. So it's more interesting if you actually have the key in here after you've found your way into it. That's just so you can get out the easy way. I'd want a small chair if I was going to do it. Oh wait, don't dupe it. I just like the idea of it being really weird to get into that room. It's just something that, you know, doesn't happen enough. Happens a lot, but doesn't happen enough. Hmm. Hmm. Well, thanks for waiting. 2XP Games and Gun. Hello to you as well. You are just in time to be just in time for the huge game restructure. Well, it's like a 25% restructure, so it's pretty big. Demo release soon? Hell yeah. What's it like to actually successfully release a demo? These are important questions. Where the hell did that paste? I have questions. Can we get there? Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I had my other version of a game on itch that... Let's be real, releasing on itch is not the same thing. It's really not like a Steam release or something. You just put it on itch whenever you want. There's no... really anything to think about too much, but... Yeah. Yeah. That's probably the most demo thing I've done. I mean, technically it was a demo, essentially. Well, prototype. Had a couple hours of content. A terrible game. It was not good. No. I really enjoy game jams, but since UI cannot make web builds on newer versions, it's hard to get any traction. That's fair. Yeah. People really don't like to download games and play them. Which is unfortunate because all the web games usually aren't very good. Kind of limited on what you can do with a web game because that will have to compile on runtime. Tends to eat some resources, if you will. Alright, so we slamming this one shut. I think if I wasn't so stressed on making this game a thing, I'd probably just do game jams all the time and just stream making them. Or maybe I'll just play games too. Imagine actually unironically playing games. Who even does that anymore? Like, seriously, that's weird. Play games? Really? I mean, really? Nah, man. Nah. We don't play no stinking games here. I was really not actually joking about the playing games thing. I never even have time anymore. Work plus game dev, and I thought about having one day a week on stream where I actually just play games, because if I don't, then I'll probably never actually play games. I'll just keep working on my own. Which, to be fair, that also means the game gets done, but it would be nice to ever play something. I hate this table and chair here, but I don't have a good answer for the painting at the moment. Realistically, game dev has kind of ruined playing games for me, because games are never as fun as game dev. Why play such a restricted thing when you could have everything you want? at all times. If you want something in there, it can just be there. Cool. I suppose I could have played Expedition 33, but the problem with that was I watched so many other people play it that I didn't want to play it now myself. It's like, well, that's a cool game, but I already watched everyone else play it, so I don't care anymore. Just gonna cheat and shove this down so I don't have to fix it. I didn't actually like Hollow Knight, so I don't really think I'm gonna like Silk Song either because, well, I didn't like Hollow Knight. So. I'm a heathen. I just didn't get sucked into the world. And while some people like what's essentially Mega Man combat, I think it's more fun when it's Mega Man doing it and less fun when it's a Metroidvania. Not a bad game, but not a for me game. Yeah, I realize people play games I've not played. The problem is the streamer friends, you rate them, you're gonna see stuff. It's just how it works. I mean, you know, as a game dev, I don't really rate as many people playing games, so that does work in my favor some. But, you know, it happens. I used to hang out in Fox's stream a lot, and I watched him play Expedition 33. And it was fun to chat with him while he did it. But I get wanting to experience it yourself. I just watched the cutscene movie because most of the time, at some point, I'm eating food or something, and I'll be like, okay, well, I need something to watch, and I'll watch a cutscene movie of a thing. Even though the game looked like it was... Well, I'm not gonna lie to you. Expedition 33, like, the world was neat. And the subject matter was something that I would definitely be excited about. The gameplay was not the kind of game I would be excited about. I detest turn-based RPGs. I haven't liked them for like 20 years. And just because you add Dark Souls mechanics to it, it doesn't make me excited by it. So the production value was neat. I liked everything about the world except for that turn-based RPGs. So I was like, this is a hard sell because I don't like the base gameplay idea, but it's such a neat world and I like everything else about this besides that. He's okay. Not good those games though. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I remember playing like Hollow Knight for like 3 hours. I got it as part of a Humble Bundle, and it's fine. I just wasn't really sucked in. The gameplay just didn't really. They're like, well, if you keep playing it long enough, I gave it 3 hours, man. If your game can't pull me in 3 hours, I don't know what to tell you, but it's never going to. Like, that's a long time to be waiting for that next moment. And there's people who just like really difficult games, I guess, and maybe that's why they like it. I don't really think it was all that difficult per se, but I just kind of, I don't know, I kind of tuned out. I was like, cool, I guess, but and I just never tuned back in. It just never pulled me back to the game. For whatever reason. And somehow I doubt the new one's gonna do any better. I think one of the big problems was the map system bugged me. Because what I like in Metroidvania games is often the exploration part and filling in the little map and everything and just basically getting all the stuff and like that. But the problem with that game was the way the map worked was you just had to find the map guy and the map guy filled it in for you. And then once the map thing was filled in, it's like, well, now I don't care to explore it. Okay. Many of the pathways led to nothing, nowhere. They were just kind of a long way towards nothing. You're like, cool, great. I don't know, there's a lot of design decisions in there that just didn't jive with me. I'm not saying they're bad, just they weren't Weren't for me. This window does not match up. But obviously it's for a lot of people. But to be fair, I also don't like Dark Souls, and yet Dark Souls is for a lot of people too. I actually don't know why I don't like Dark Souls. I don't mind super difficult games. I used to like, you know, action RPGs quite a bit. I still do, so you would think I would like it, but I don't know. To be fair, I never actually played them. I just simply saw other people playing them, and they just didn't quite pull me in. I have to study their boss setup, so maybe I should play them just so I can study the bosses more. Don't know how much that would even help, though. After all, like, my game isn't exactly like Dark Souls, so, you know. Really doesn't have a lot of similarity to Dark Souls at all. Other than the bosses being somewhat large. Because you're a doll. Some of these windows are really far off, by the way. I did a very piss poor job when setting them up. I don't remember the last game I even enjoyed. What did I play? It's been so long. Yeah, I should probably make a game day or something. Well, there's some people who think that my, you know, because I haven't played a lot of the new games, I don't make a lot of the design mistakes that AAA makes now, because I don't know any of them. Because basically, if AAA does it, it's bad. You shouldn't do it. That's pretty much the running logic now at this point. Like, they just have no idea how to design a good game anymore, so they don't do what they do. It is so hot in this room. Why does it have to be so hot today? No, it's supposed to be at 99 today. That's right. Gross. I hate it. All my homies hate the heat. Yeah, maybe I'll make Saturday like my game day or something. That'd be kind of cool. Haven't had a game day and I haven't played games in so long. I kind of want to. I could test people's games who are like in the community. That'd be my game day. I mean, that's not me playing games I want to play. That's just me playing games to see, you know, help people out. Give them ideas. Could do both. If I didn't have a regular job, I'd stream like 6 days a week. I totally would. I'd just stream all the time. Oh, I have an extra room here. I forgot about that. Go with this crappy thing. Back to fixing the dumpster fire. I'll feel a lot better once this area is not a mess. and it is a serious mess. If I move the broken compasses thing over a bit, I can keep this thing here and have a wall, a walkway down into it if I want, through a cave. Which is probably cooler than just having a door to the third area over here. That is true. That is probably cooler. That also gives me space for these stairs. I need to make a whole day to try and get something to work. When I finally figure out it's that simple. Ah, yes. The Unreal Engine mantra. Whole day. By the way, it was just this. Oh. Well, damn. That happened. Oh, yeah. There's so much feels good in the world of game dev whenever you accomplish something. Especially the longer you took messing with it, and you're like, oh, whole day's wasted, but hear me out. I got this. Oh, these need to be split apart. I forgot about that, because then they're a little area to duck into. That's why they were split up. I can rework this one actually. Oh, that's just the rail. Damn. Well, I can rework the rail at least. That's one less thing to worry about. Yeah. God, this room is such a dumpster fire. Part of the thought to upgrade my AI YouTuber. So I can walk around and see his leveling for price. Huh. It doesn't sound very easy. I know so little about that. So little indeed. I was tempted to go the VTuber route until I realized that my computer would explode. Doing Unreal Engine and all this crap? Oh my god. It already has enough problems as is. I'm glad you got it all figured out. I'm just gonna redo this whole section so it's not trash. I can't have that there. The stairs has to be somewhere else. It could be in this corner. This door is immutable right here. I can move everything but that door. I'm not restructuring the first floor just for this. No, if it's simple. Nonsense. Yes, good job all around. Think something about one extra cup of coffee? Just one? I don't understand. Let the coffee flow free. Only good can come from drinking too much coffee. Imagine the game dev power that you could have. You would be unstoppable. I actually want this. But not for here. I guess I didn't really want this. Whatever. Taking it now. No, it's probably the same one. I probably just needed to shrink it down. I think the heat's why I feel tired. It's like just warm in this room. These should have been in here. I knew there were legs somewhere. Sure. Nope. Oh, it's multiples. Oh. Awkward. No reason to block that out because you can see through this window unless I get rid of the window. Kind of confusing the coming. There's two different boss doors. It's exciting. We do the washroom floor if I'm gonna do that. Not sure I'm going to do. I gotta redo it anyway because there's no floor. There's no ground out here. There's so much crap that just needs to be redone. I'm gonna squish it for now. I need to redo this whole wall here. I guess the water washroom door has to be over in this general vicinity now. So many things need to be redone. Oh, and it's that one too. How unfortunate. Oh, this can take way more effort than I thought to redo this one, but... it is what it is. That's the farthest over it can go. It has to go like right here. So I'm gonna move that tree and extend this deck out so it fits in there. Well, it sucks. What I can do is like this set up here and have trees off to the side. Maybe this tree is way too big for this area. I guess it doesn't have to be. Might move the painting too. And migrate this tree over. Not a very good tree for that area. I guess to be fair, this doesn't have to be done here, and this other one here also doesn't need to really exist because you can't see it anyway, and it doesn't really matter. This door doesn't need to exist. Should just be Safari Room, right? I need to answer an important question, and that is, what is this room? I think I'm just going to leave the landscape as it is for this area and eliminate the other part off to the side here. Yeah. Yeah, the temp of this room makes me all tired because the computer's heating it up. The double monitors are heating it up, and then the fact it's like it can hit 99 degrees out there. Rough. Yes. Yes, rough. Not this big, please. Actually, I'm gonna delete it into the wall because I don't care. Let's eliminate this first and then go from there. Welcome back, Steers. Watch it. That's fair. I'm still here. What away doing the game dev? Probably be here like another 48 minutes or so. I got a meeting I have to do at 3 o'clock at my office, so that means I can basically kill almost another hour. Almost. Gotta pack stuff up and then go over there and meet him, so it'll be a bit of driving. So. I basically stream now until I either have to go to work or it gets to like 8 to 9 hours and I go, oh, I'll stop. That's it. That's pretty much what I do now. Secret cards can be so much work to redo all this crap. I'm just gonna eliminate this. It doesn't need to be here. That's the only corner it can be in. It's awkward. But it gotta be what it gotta be. Hopefully your meeting was productive. I like to assume any meeting where they don't run out of the hookers and blow was probably productive. If they do run out, then it was really productive. That's right, I had a whole pathway in here. What is this dumpster fire? I guess I'll grab this pathway and move it into there. It's probably what was the door pathway anyway. Honestly, this whole setup was probably not unnecessary here. Let's get another one. I don't feel like bending this one. I can do this. I guess this just has to go directly over into here. Half of these trees seem wholly unnecessary now. This upper pathway doesn't have any reason to bend down anymore. I will have to remake it though. Shouldn't be too hard to remake though because I don't have to bend it down. Anytime you don't have to do that, usually a good time. Just to be fair, well, I'm gonna redo this wall and move this down to a lower level, probably at the bottom. And then you'll be able to go from the broken compass directly into here, because I'll remove this thing here so it goes directly into a doorway here. Push this wall over here. Well, actually, no, now I'm gonna keep this doorway here. I'd rather you go through a cave. Huh. If that's the case... what I can do is I can turn the landscape into a giant flat landscape here, put a hole in it, put some rocks there like that, and then use rocks along the side there instead of this as the thing for the cave. And then you can just enter it and wander down into here, so it'd be like cave into a cave kind of setup, which I think is a lot cooler. Since now there's no reason to go from this direction, so it's kind of irrelevant. And then from the cave you would enter into there, which is a way cooler way to do that. Move this over here. That'll give me an idea where it needs to go, so... whatever. We need to be like right here. Roughly. I'll ask for your game idea. Chat with you later about it if you don't want people to know what you want to do. Probably after I get done with work, because I will be a bit busy for the next couple hours or longer, depending on how long the work runs for this particular meeting. Sometimes I'm like incredibly busy, and sometimes I just have nothing I have to do. I mean, I can always flip cards online and make money, but other than doing that, there's not always the impetus to even do that. Well, I mean, you know, it's not like you're the first person to have the idea, so it's... But the thing is ideas are a dime a dozen in the world of game dev, especially because anyone and their grandmother can have an idea. Not everyone actually does anything with the idea. That's the rare thing you'll encounter. Someone actually going, I'm going to use this idea, and they do something productive with it. Most of the time it's like, cool, great, neat idea, bro, and then they do nothing. And you're like, right. Because, you know, I came from RPG Maker land, and you know, in RPG Maker, everyone shows up with believing their idea is amazing and looking for someone else to make it. They don't always have money to do it though, and that's probably why nobody ever makes their game. Also, this grid materials drive me crazy. Well, let me see what read this here. No. Well, I mean, it sounds like you're making a giant multiplayer The Sims, really, in a way, or like some combination of The Sims and VR chat. It says Sims, I'm meeting Roblox, Minecraft, things like that. The thing is all those different things you want to achieve require all the systems behind it and everything like that. You're basically making a whole army of games. Like, you're making every game at that point, like, because you're trying to simulate life itself. So every time you add a new feature in like that, like, okay, you want to be able to buy cars, people want to drive cars around, I need a car driving system with preferably decent enough handling that people don't hate doing it. You know, buying and renting houses requires you to, you know, have property management systems, you know, and some kind of finance system for that, you know, being able to demolish your house, the destruction, things like that. I mean, unless it's just deleting it. If it's just deleting it, that's obviously very easy. Possessions include some sort of an inventory, also a placement system so that they persistent in the world, like in Minecraft. Flying to different areas would require you to have, in fact, a huge enough world to have different areas, or just different levels entirely that people went to, which then would require you to have multiple game instances running at the same time for people to go between them if you didn't have it as one giant world. But one giant world would be very tough to handle. You need impressive servers for that. I mean, if it was a single player game, it'd be a different world entirely because you wouldn't have to have everything loaded at once. But as a multiplayer game, not only must you account for everybody, but you have to load sections of the world too, you know? In most cases, make the assumption that if you're going to do kind of like online thing with lots and lots of people, it's going to take a lot more work than you think. And server costs. It's going to take server costs. You're going to have to pay out for servers big time. But when you start thinking about the complexities of life and all the stuff that's involved with it, you know, what you're talking about here, it's going to be a massive undertaking to be all the things. There's a guy, hey Ninja Guy, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just discussing TX Watch Out's idea for a game. One of the other game devs on Twitch, Leposian, he's making something in a way a lot what you would what you're talking about. Allow me to link his game. He has it on Steam, though you'll have to bug him if you want to be able to test it, because it's not like an open test. Let me he has like exhaustive amounts of features to the point where it's so many features that you almost kind of tune it out after a while because there's so many features. It's a lot of features. Where did I put the chat at? I'm terrible. Yeah, this one here. I'll link it on the other ones too, in case anybody else wants to check it out. But I mean, he's got first-person shooter stealth mechanics. He's got the ability to build things, the ability to, you know, race cars. He might have cut that one out. He just had this big, huge list, and like I say, after a while, you almost tune it out because it's such a list that it becomes too much of a list. Like if someone described every feature in life to you, yeah. And he's doing something very similar to that. And I would check out anything like that. If anyone can tell you what it's like to make something along those lines, he's got your back. What am I building right now? Right now I'm restructuring this building because I basically cut 25% off the side. And I'm essentially playing Tetris, trying to reassemble it in a way that it fits. Because, at least on the first chapter, the 25% represented no gameplay whatsoever and just a bunch of garbage. And then the this one here had a bunch of broken, well, a bunch of rooms that had nothing to do. And so this eliminates almost all of them. And then the third chapter and fourth chapter were just not even there yet. So I've been removing all these things and cramming them in there. And chapter 1's pretty done as far as that goes. But chapter 2 is still a dumpster fire. But out of, you know, these changes, good ideas are coming to. Like, there's a lot of things that are getting improved by that. More secret areas and things. A lot of empty space is getting removed in favor of more interesting things to do in smaller spaces. Which is something I had a lot of dead space. Let's see, definitely figured out there would be a lot. Kind of why I wanted to create a small city block just for the qualities of life, and then create some kind of GG based off that. So, small bit. I guess my advice to UTX is to pick the feature you like the most and build a concept for that. Like, what are people gonna do most of the time in your game? What's going to pull them into your game? Like, because I mean, just having a bunch of random little features in life isn't really going to give anyone direction or something to do. Like, you expect a bunch of people to show up, but with nothing to kind of pull them together. Like Minecraft, you're constantly building things. The mining and the exploration is the thing that draws people into Minecraft. The Sims is a single player thing. People get to just build their own thing. So that's got its own separate little thing. It's still a very complicated game to build. And what other games did you suggest? TCG card store simulator. I missed the TCG thing. Yeah, like all the simulator things. Like, pick a thing that you want, because I mean, a TCG game is in itself a whole big, huge thing. So yeah, pick a focus for your game, and then add on extras. Kind of like World of Warcraft has a exploration focus. I can't believe I'm using an MMO as a thing, but I guess technically you want to make an MMO effectively. But you know, it's all about wandering around the world, doing the quests, the fighting, like that. And then they put a bunch of extra little side crap in that you could do, but none of that stuff is what pulled people to the game until later. Like, nobody's having fashion shows, or like Final Fantasy XIV is another example. Nobody's having fashion shows or racing mounts in a game where that was all it was. It's a side tangent on the main thing. Yeah, well, I mean, like, that's like a whole game in its own right, of like doing store simulators, the various types of ones like that. So it would be, yeah, you would want to pick a focus. I think that's a lot of the problems with a lot of these people's big grand ideas, even the posing's ideas. Kind of like, it's like, when I look at it, it's like, okay, what am I supposed to do? Like, I think it's awesome you have all these things, but what am I supposed to do? Like, just go play with these things and hope that it entertains me? Like, I don't have a goal. I don't even know where to start. It's like being dropped in the middle of a city and saying, go do something. Okay. What? Let's see. What do you use to design buildings? Geometry brushes. They're just, you know, positive and negative shapes that you can just, you know, put in the world and move things around, and you know, then turn them into static meshes, which is what I've been doing. See if I can find some. I've been rebuilding so much. Like, these are all geo brushes in here. Can I grab a geo brush? Is there an exposed thing? There is. You see, these are two different geo brushes. The negative one can be moved around and interact with the positive one and create holes in it. And you can do it with a bunch of different shapes, and that's how I do the walls and everything in the building. You put whatever materials you want on it. I have opened Maya before a long time ago, but I never really did any modeling with it. I would probably end up using something like, you know, well, there's modeling tools built into Unreal Engine. There is a modeling. I don't know a lot about it, but there is actually a modeling mode. This is one of the things I want to learn. This and materials are the two things I want to learn the most. Blender's another option, but I'd rather just learn the modeling tools in here than learn a whole other software, right? Because this is just convenient. We build the commercial buildings, but leave the residential areas blank. Doesn't your crazy good? No, thanks. Well, I mean, some buildings are crazy good. This one's more designed for playability. Like, I need to remake the walls here. You can see where I have the door waiting. I had to remake this whole wall because this is got moved and shrunk down, and now I gotta... I also need to remake this floor because geometry brushes can change the material ratio like that, but a static mesh cannot. So this was originally part of this thing here, but now it got shrunk down, and yeah, you can see it's gonna be... I've already invested, I think, like 4 or 5 hours, not even more than that, into restructuring the second chapter. But I also like to say that basically this weekend and like these couple days have accomplished more in my game than most of the other days, because effectively it's like I completed 25% of my game by not having that 25% there in the first place. It actually created a bunch of special rooms out of the thing, though, to be honest. Like, it created 2 different rooms in the first chapter. It actually just X'd out a bunch of trash rooms in this chapter, and it's kind of making some new rooms in this one as well, but I guess in a way it mostly morphed the rooms into better versions of the rooms, or it's morphing them into better versions with ideas I never thought I was going to do, such as running this into the through these cave system into like the broken compass restaurant thingy here. I never would have thought to do this, but because it worked out like that, it just lined up like that. Now I'm doing it, so. Necessity is the mother of invention, right? That happens a lot. That's why I tell people it's really hard to know what you're going to do in advance, and why I'm building the building has to change all the time, because I don't know what I'm going to do, so I just kind of have to mess with it and see, and then stuff happens as I mess with it, and I'm like, oh, it's a good idea. I do want this to ramp down, but unfortunately I can't remove this other portion there, so I just have to redo it. That sucks. And I'm probably going to put this door down, like, I'm just going to move this door where I want it to be. I'm assuming it's going to go over here. Maybe not directly across from the cave. Actually, I gotta redo this wall and the broken harvest, or the broken compass too. Oh, thanks. Yeah. I shall endeavor to do so. Pretty much I'm just gonna keep working on this until it gets done. Keep restructuring until it looks like not a travesty. Oh, this isn't even one solid thing here. I have to fix that too. And then I guess I want to restrict this too, so it'll actually have to have the door on here anyway. I should account for that too. What is all this crap? And then all these that get moved, and yeah, it's gonna be a day. Well, I'd probably get rid of one of these little stove thingies, or maybe I might have to forsake this door. You're building an asylum building? Oh, nice. What's the asylum building gonna do before? Like, we just want one, or what are we doing in the asylum building? Yep. So much will get done, so much. I wanted this restaurant to be bigger than this, but I have to really free up space. Can pull all these things in here too. Wait, where are the orbs? Questions. I think I moved them over to the side by accident. Fair enough. I think I can put a table in here pretty easy. I guess I'm going to use these as little barriers holding things up, I guess. Am I doing that? I don't need this anymore. Obviously, don't need that. Horror game? Oh, nice. What sort of horror game? Hey, Ghost. How's it going? All kinds of people coming out of the woodworks. Too bad I'll have to end somewhat early today, but you know, whatever. Balance how to do it streaming during the day. I do actually have to go to work periodically. But not quite yet. What is this? And why is it through here? Oh. Oh, I see. I remember you now. Well, I'm gonna want to move that whole thing over and probably cram this over too. Like about here or something. These altars are gonna have to be moved. I'm probably just gonna take all three of these and dump them over here to remind myself to do it later. And just delete all this crap. I don't know why there's a shelf here, but there could be. This room now has to be important. That's unfortunate. Really important. It just has to have the key to the pirate thingy. That makes it important. It gets you into the final boss of the area. Strange sleeping schedule or seasonal clothing and tutorial. That sucks. Yeah. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I just flipped my schedule from being the wake up at like 3 or 4 in the afternoon to waking up at 7 a.m. It acts as a natural restrictor on how long I stream, because otherwise I might stream 10 to 12 hours and I can't do that. If I work the same day, I can't do that. It doesn't, I don't get to sleep. So now, if people want to meet up for, you know, me to make money for work, you know, for an appointment, I just stop the stream to go do it. And if not, I just stream until I get tired of streaming. Way healthier, but oh, it's hard to flip to be a day person. It's hard. Pesky outside world making my life all hard. This door is way... No, the wall's too small. So I feel your pain. Actually, seasonal clothing. Are we doing Halloween? Is that what's happening? Halloween stuffs? Maybe if I have some cash, I'll get myself a steampunk outfit this year. I was thinking about it. I doubt I'll have cash. But if I do... Alright. This is now the new important room. I hate that it exists. But it must be. All it is the best time to take advantage of a consumer? Yes. Well, I'm making a steampunk game, so it's also kind of in character for what I'm doing, but I doubt I would wear them very often, just for Halloween, I guess. But to be fair, I don't really go out on Halloween anymore. Kind of got to that a little old to go places, and most of my friends don't exactly do partying or anything. Most Halloweens I actually turn off the lights so that no one knocks on the door. I don't want to buy a bunch of crappy ass candy. I don't want to eat that. And assume the kids are... Well, we don't get that many trick-or-treaters, so I don't think we'd even burn through it. So I'd get stuck basically just throwing it all away because I'm not eating that. The color of my game changes the view and distance of animals. Spring camo and spring will hide you. And camo and spring will make you stand out? Oh, okay. Doesn't sound that hard to set up. Could definitely be worse. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna move these back into here. This becomes the new lover's altar, I guess. Kind of weird though for the lover's altar. This is an unfortunate room because it needs to exist soon, but where it exists is not as relevant. It just needs to exist early on in the game. Probably get like 150, 200 kids that come by? Jeez. Here, even though I'm out in farm country, we'll be lucky if we get like 5. So, that old people thing? Wandering by on trick-or-treating? Nah. So I just turn the light off because I don't really want to buy a bunch of, you know, candy for like 5 people. If I knew the last kid was there, that last kid would be jumping for joy. Be like, here's the whole bag. Tell your parents that it sucks to be them. I mean, hey, I am a villain. It's in the name. Imagine not hyping those kids up on all the sugar you possibly can. When's your batch? Got a lot of moving parts, a lot of places to go wrong. That's fair. You definitely have a lot of stuff in your game, so I could see where that would be a thing. Oh, thank the game dev gods that I put this in a freaking thing, so I don't have to select it all manually. What else got moved? All these doors are also involved in it. Holy crap, why is every door in that room? Really? Really? Well, I'm redoing this wall because I don't want Pirate Cove to enter into the bathroom necessarily. Well, I guess I could. But no, I don't want that because this door. Well, I'm getting rid of this door. No, Pirate Cove could enter into the restroom then. I mean, it's not like people wouldn't necessarily want to use the restroom. It's true. Of course, the sinks are right here, which is weird. Let's see, everyone having kids over here in Texas? I mean, someone's got them. I'm over in California, so they're crazy here. That's all you need to know about California. They're crazy here. I'm just gonna be like, Quest. Yeah. Exactly. Nature calls? Fair. Yeah, I have to, I'm probably gonna have to end it relatively soon. Another, like, well, probably in 27 minutes or so. I have to have time to get all my stuff together and, race off to, work, so. Worst part is once I get home, I'll probably just go right back doing this. Damn. Well, she's a tiny doll. She can't really use the restroom. But I am going to hide something in a toilet. That's true. You can raise and lower the lids with the magician, so it is possible to look inside the toilets. It's about giving the people what they want. I'm just gonna move this door to Pirate Cove. I don't want them moving every time I move stuff from there. It's annoying. I'll switch to Pirate Cove as well. So many walls got to get redone in this game. So many walls have to be redone. You know, hear me out. If this door were right here, I would only have to redo one wall. But it would require me to restructure this whole thing here. I can move this back over here. And I would just cram these off to the sides, put another mirror here, I guess. Before all said and done, I'm going to have to redo a lot of walls. But not redoing this entire wall does sound nice. I don't really need to redo it. Except for that one door. And I don't want to redo it. Problem is this door here and these sinks are a problem. They don't really work out very well. Oh, obviously this stall can't be here. Wait a minute. I think I might be able to solve some of my problems here. I can't fit 4 in here, right? It's unfortunate. How easy is it to restructure the size of this? Surprisingly easy. I'm gonna have to stretch the floor. I'm gonna have to redo that floor anyway, so I don't give a crap. No additional work. That was what I was already gonna do. So I just put the stalls all the way over here, like a soul. Push these out from the wall so that they don't do that. Oh, I gotta be careful because I can't let Poppet fall between there. That would be bad news. That is still inside the wall though. I don't like that. All my homies hate that. It would in theory be very awkward to open that. Because what I'm thinking is, instead of worrying about putting these here, I'm just going to cram them all in this here, and then these doors are completely available to just enter, and I don't have to worry at all about it. It's no longer awkward at all. I can redo exactly one wall. And that sounds fantastic, because I don't want to redo like 2 or 3 walls, so I can redo one. Still got to convert them all into static mesh. It's stupid. I got lots of work ahead of me on that. Well, these can go way farther over than it looks like. The big problem is here. There can't be a hole in the wall there between the things, or Poppet can fall in. So I might not want to go that far with it. I hate this raised up stuff there because it's hard to tell if it's actually on there or not. Yeah, work smarter, not harder. Exactly. That's pretty much what I do here. Yeah, obviously that's too far. Oh. Oh, then that's irrelevant because you can just drop down the bar. I don't care at all. She literally has a way out. Forgot there's a bottom there, so I don't really care. They can basically just sit there. She can fall right off the thing. I don't give a crap. Oops. All right. Let's get rid of the dumb we were doing here, and yeah, I was trying to click both. Thank you. Got the reflection, get these thingies while I'm at it, just cover all my bases. Unlike the top four, more people would be in this area, so gotta make this, you know, place a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Sure. Can make a giant mirror, I can make 2 mirrors. Whatever the case, this crap needs to get moved. No, just these, thank you. They can go over here for now until I figure out what to do with them. Actually, let's just get to. Oh, get this sink out of the way anyway. Just gonna delete this sink. I don't need it. Kind of true with all these two. They don't have to be here. Might get added back in later. Now you can easily climb up on top of this and get up onto here. Oh, those literally cannot be right there. These two can't. Wouldn't be able to open the door. That's weird. I'll just delete those for now. I just need to keep one of each so I remind myself to use them. I also better just have two of them at that point, or one of them at that point. Oh, there it is. I was wondering where the planar reflection went. Right to there. This is what makes it actually reflective. Without the planar reflection, it does nothing. Absolutely nothing. I can put it in the center, I guess. I didn't want to have to redesign this whole room, but it is what it is, you know? I knew there was going to be a lot of redesign going on. To be fair, this room was pretty worthless before. Now it's equally worthless, but at least it's taking up less space. Push these mirrors in. I have some ghetto walls I can use. That one's a huge wall. I don't know how to do that. I have not made new walls there. Why is nothing a new wall, Jeez? And technically this is a new wall. No, it's not. I've made surprisingly very few new walls. Oops, this should be should actually be part of here. And just to double check, this leads into there, so it can't have anything like that. It could actually have seating, though. That's true. I could move all the seating for that over there. Yeah, not much you can do about that. Does this really need to exist? Not really. I mean, the stools could be okay. But I gotta admit, you probably don't want any stools right there because of the fact that it would be blocking the doorway. Cool. Nothing's really supporting these anymore, so these can basically just go bye-bye. Except for the ones under the stairs would probably be okay looking to have. Problem is these stairs block here, so you need like a door here, and then what, the other door is here? This could be like a secret door to the pump rooms, but problem is this door is kind of big, right? So I don't think it even works on it. It doesn't. That poses a serious problem. Well, like I say, it can't go in this corner, which is unfortunate because it's been the best corner by far, but or is immutable. Putting it here would be weird because it would just be like right behind everything. I don't think I can keep these stairs. Because the pump rooms are over there. Unless I had a mini hallway into there. I could do that, have a hallway. It's like just sideways over here and just make that part of that room. Squish everything over here. There's a pipe up there, so I can't have another one there. I hate that this room has very little logical function. It was originally going to be near the end of the game, but to get all the leverage cards from it, you would want to have it earlier. For the weaker leverage cards. Hey, 3D Taylor. Showed up just as an ad break started. Nice. That timing. 10 out of 10. Well, I'll chat when you get done with the ads, I guess. Yeah. Twitch being the homie with the extra ads. That's just how Twitch do. Oh, that's right. I gotta redo this whole wall. Gross. Just gross. Is what it is. Spin to win the wall. Ah, welcome back. How's it going, 3D Taylor? Twitch giving you the warm welcome, as Twitch often does. It's like, I got you, bro, and then it just gives you an ad. You're like, thanks. Thanks, Twitch, thanks. You people are the real homies. Doing okay. Restructuring a bunch of crap because I decided to play Tetris with my buildings. With my rooms. By simply removing this 25% here, and you can see why I haven't fixed the floors yet by shrinking those. And shoving it all into here. And it's... yeah. There's some good ideas coming out of it. There's a lot of work coming out of it too. Thanks. Yeah, it's going what? Wait a second. Oh, that's clouds. I thought the building cut off. No, it's just the clouds. Clicky clicky. It's supposed to be at night. Clicky clicky. That's what it's supposed to look like. Do a bit of a show off of stuff, and unfortunately you showed up where I'm gonna have to end up leaving pretty soon because I have to go to work. Yeah, I called in there, so I've only got, I don't know, maybe another 10 minutes and then I gotta head out. The saddest of times. Normally I just stream until I have to go to work, so if I called in early, yeah. Some days I don't get called in, then I just have infinite time. Actually, I streamed for like 9.5 hours or something. Today, like 6 hours and 20 minutes or something. Short stream. Yeah. Give like a 10-minute demonstration of the game before I hop the head out. So I can close some of these extra windows to make my game go faster. It makes a huge difference. Yeah, sure. Alright. Now there's a weird bug with the material, so she keeps lighting up like she's, you know... She's not supposed to die. I need to fix that bug. Anyway. Game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as a woman who's killed and her soul was stuffed into a doll. This is Poppet. Trying to escape the Whimsy Wonder Toy Store, which is basically like, you know, a building where all the toys come to life at night because of a curse, and they're trying to kill each other. So basically, it's a small world. Ever here though? Last streamers don't have a lot to show. Yes. Yeah, I read a lot of them. I know all too well. I'm just saying. I'm just like, oh, what are you doing, buddy? Nothing. No, I get it. I see. Oh yeah, so the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity, but you gain curse power, which is like her MP. If her sanity ever hits 0, the curse takes her over and she loses, so don't do that. I'm gonna lower my sanity intentionally so you can see the insanity effect. Guess it happens around 60, so actually it happens at 60%, so. Boing, 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 boing.
A shooting star jumps away. Why are you talking to me? The wall talks to me. Ha 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 ha.
But if you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back. You just don't gain any curse power, so, you know. Uses tarot cards for abilities. I'm doing all the major arcana. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Oh, thanks. This is like a fan favorite. The game gets way better FPS when it's packaged and I'm not streaming, but my computer's a potato, so, you know. Also break things with it. That glow effect is weird. I hate it. All my homies hate the glow effect. I enabled an experimental plugin before the stream. Mistakes were made. This is the Magician. It's basically telekinesis. You manipulate small objects in the environment, such as picking up objects and throwing them. It also later on gains the ability to summon a cube. And these ones are time-limited cubes that you can stack and get places with. But its biggest claim to fame is that it can manipulate things like drawers, cupboards, doors for platforming purposes. Providing you don't suck at your own game. I famously suck at my own game, so you know, there's that. You can also turn on lights and stuff like that too. Yeah. Definitely. Oh god. It's Eddie, go away, it's Eddie. They're not solid, you can just, you know, jump around through them if you want, but they are annoying. Guess I'm double jumping. I have all the tarot cards enabled, so I'm just cheating. You can also break things with most of the weapons in the game. Hey, so it's a steampunk game. You can't leave the building because the curse is on the building, but you get to at least look at it. Gives you something to do with your time. I got my sandy back before I run on. Oh, thanks. This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. It bubbles enemies. It also features the best hat. She does have a dodge. I don't use it as often as I should. It's a really good dodge too, which is, I don't know why I don't use it. I just don't. Not supposed to have double jump here, but I'm just cheating anyway. It is what it is. The cheating is strong indeed. Doesn't work at point blank range. There's lots of weird things. This statue watches you for some reason. It just likes to. Nobody knows. Never question the statue that watches. Oops. Apparently Justice is just a pistol. Surprisingly good though. Got a great hat. The Empress is basically Bomberman. It's got a traversal effect too, but you can't use it unless there's plants around for that. But plants mushrooms. The red mushrooms blow up, dealing damage to anyone nearby, including you. So that's why it's like Bomberman. Don't get blown up. You won't like getting blown up. Trust me on this. It also plants blue mushrooms with heal anyone nearby. Of course, I just got a bunch of heal potions, so it doesn't really matter, but I understand. Getting stabbied, no. Not all the tarot cards are finished yet. Actually, a lot of them aren't that game ready. Wheel of Fortune rolls dice. Black dice deal damage to anyone nearby. They don't hit you. It does change what damage you do based on what they roll, though. So sometimes it rolls bad, and just don't roll bad, and the weapon's great. If you roll bad, the weapon's terrible. You can also heal with the white dice. Again, based on what it rolls. Kind of costly to use, though. Currently, death just looks cool. Whenever it loads it in. My steampunk scythe, and it's loading the hat, taking forever. Guess I haven't loaded the hat since I changed all the textures. It'll take a second, I guess. Oh, nice, yeah. Well, Wheel of Fortune's got your back. So far, death just drains health when it hits. Doesn't have a lot designed into it yet, but it looks kind of cool. See? The crazy hat. Yeah, anything screws up the blood. There should be blood everywhere, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, that plugin I enabled messed up all the blood thingies too. So normally the graphics would be a bit better. Where are the balls? There are bouncing balls, so there should be. Oh, that's the wrong one. I had to flip on the light. Yep. Very sad. Stealth mode. She's just ducking. It's not really stealth mode, but you know she's ducking. Usually I hit the little balls around here just for something to do while I wait for I get my sanity back, but for whatever reason, they're not working the way I want them to. Fair enough. At least the duckies are here. Ducky Land! Yay, Ducky Land! They're just here so you can hit them around. They also get in the way. Half the fun of them, I guess. Random toys. Duckies! Oh, I forgot to go grab that. Oops. I forgot this weapon does not hit this thing for some reason. Well, fine. Face the awesome might of the moon. The moon makes clones of Poppet, which the enemies will attack, but you can also detonate them. You can directly switch to the card you want, or you can bounce between them. So there's a bunch of people were killed and stole stuff from the dolls, but one of them, her soul got stuff in the paintings. She lets you travel through the paintings to the painting world, which connects all the paintings. Access the game's map travel. It may or may not include the ability to save toys and bring them here, but we'll see. It was originally in there, but then it kind of got sort of cut and then got added back and then cut again, so... Which chair is winning the fight? It's the painting world and see all the paintings that it connects to. In case you want to go to other areas in the game. You saves by jumping into toy boxes. The Poppet boxes. All the stuff's in the game. You can save. Loading works. Collectibles are in here. They just don't have information for them yet, but they exist in here. And you're fine. Maps in the game. Just shows you various cubes where you've been, like that. I haven't even put all the stuff in for them yet, but you get an idea of where you've been. I may or may not replace the question marks just with the black again. You've seen the tarot menu. Options are all here. Except Gamma. I forgot Gamma. I'm done. I think I forgot Gamma. Did I forget Gamma? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm considering what to put in the center here. It may or may not have toys you can rescue. They might like a little city out here or something, but I don't know about that. This is Tinka the Ghost in the paintings. I gotta... She spins her head around for reasons I don't understand, and she stares blankly, but that's okay. There is a dialogue system. So things are really largely coming along pretty well. And then you can unlock other paintings and go to them. Yay! It's a fortune teller's room or something. I just moved this one, so it'll probably cause me to fall through the world because I did this, but it's okay. There's a bunch of things I need to do since I've been moving everything around, so lots of things are probably broken. That's a tomorrow me problem, not a today me problem. Today me has... They basically... Well, that put me in the right location.
I'm a failure. The gears whisper my name. The eighth steam is dying. Nobody could ever steam lives.
show off the Empress's like traversal ability, and then I'll have to call it. As much as I would love to keep streaming, in fact, I cannot. Gotta pay the bills. Ain't gonna happen from streaming, that's for certain. Much as I love it. It has the ability to grow and shrink smaller plants, not the large plants. The large plants are a bit much more than it can handle, but
Why are you talking? I saw the future in the airship's shadow while screaming and watching my dreams.
water's lethal to pop it, though there is a tarot card that protects against it. I might go to the first boss from here, but unfortunately, I don't have time. But yeah, be an idea. Kind of a brief overview of what the game is like. Yeah, outside world. Anyway. I have to call it today, unfortunately. I'll be back about 6 hours and 45 minutes earlier than now tomorrow. Yes. Give or take a handful of minutes, because I start around 8 a.m. Pacific. Around there, yeah. Those I know of, the game's called Poppet Quest. If you like what you saw, follow, subscribe, join the Discord, wishlisted, or don't, you know, thanks for watching just the same. And yeah, I'll say goodbye to. Oh, it's a little late, baby. Take guys too. Sorry. Catch you later. Later, TX. Now I'll say goodbye to the people on YouTube and Kick, and then I will wait out with Twitch. So bye, bye, people on YouTube and Kick. And yeah.